It's not. Hello? Okay, before we start the meeting, I'm going to need everyone to sit down, take their places. There's a big crowd today. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to call this meeting to order. If you'll please rise. I have Michael Bell here for the invocation. And then if Supervisor Gould will lead us in the pledge.
All right. Good morning. Morning. Let's pray. Almighty God, we give thanks and praise to you this day for all your mighty works. You are loving, good, and gracious to us. Thank you for creating and sustaining us throughout our lives. We thank you for this council and the work that they do. We pray that your wisdom and guidance may be given to them this day as they seek to further the operation of this county. May every decision be righteous in your sight for our benefit and for your glory. In the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledging allegiance to the flag, the symbol of the greatest nation that ever was. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I need a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held May 20th, 2024 at 9 a.m.
So moved.
Second. Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Official business to come before the board. Discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims and demands. Mr. Esplin?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Okay. Committee and/or legislative reports. Supervisor Bishop?
I attended the ACJC meetings and also CSA and Legislative Policy Committee meetings.
Very good. Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Madam Chair, nothing to report this morning, thank you.
Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I attended the Workforce Development Board meeting on the board's behalf. The discussion of going back to rotating the meetings around Mojave and La Paz County, that's how we operated before the pandemic, and we'd like to get back to that. We also run La Paz County, so it would be good to actually hold our meetings down in La Paz County. The third quarter statewide job placements, statewide there's 310 job placements. Mojave La Paz County did 92 of those for 92.7% of all job placements. So once again, we outpace all the other counties. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Supervisor Johnson?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll move on. Committee lobbyist report. I understand that Nick Ponder is on the line. Do we need a report this morning or want a report? Supervisor Lingenfelter?
I'll leave it to the discretion of the board.
Anybody want to hear from Mr. Ponder this morning? Nope. Gould? Supervisor Gould? You were hemming and hawing?
Does he have anything to report?
Mr. Ponder?
Madam Chair, members, supervisors, thanks again for the opportunity. Honestly, to your question, Supervisor Gould, not a lot to report. For the past 5 weeks, the legislature's really only met one day a week. The House isn't even coming back this week. The Senate will. Just continuing discussions about once a week or so with members of the legislature and the governor's office on potential groundwater legislation. And we continue to communicate with Supervisor Elters, with Manager Elters about what provisions are being incorporated and what we need to see from a Mojave County perspective in order to even consider supporting such legislation.
Okay, any questions? Comments? Thank you, Mr. Ponder.
Thank you.
County Manager's report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. No report today.
Okay. All right. We're a very big auditorium today, and most people are here for a specific agenda item. So I'm going to move that one up to the beginning. before the consent agenda and the call to public. We have no idea how long this is going to go, and just so it's there in your heads, we have the opening of the animal shelter today at 3 o'clock. I'm fairly confident we will make it, but that is something that several people want to go, so I'm trying to make sure that everyone gets their voice heard, but we make this as fast as possible. And I know I spoke to people from the community, and they understand that if you have someone to speak to an issue representing a lot of people, it's always better for everyone, and even for your side. So with that, we're going to go to item 56. And this is, I'm going to open the public hearing, discussion and possible action to approve the adoption of Board of Supervisor Resolution Number 2024-105, which is a rezone of assessors parcels number 339-04-069 through 339-04-100 and 339-15175 through 339-15178 from an AR 36A agriculture residential 36-acre minimum lot size zone to R1 single-family residential R2 and C2 zones to allow for future residential subdivision, commercial, and retail opportunities in the Golden Valley vicinity. The P&Z Commission recommended approval by a 5-4 vote on that. So let's get started with the public hearing. Remember, we cannot talk back during a public hearing, just so that's in the back of your head as well. We'll start with Kathy Tahi. Kathy Tahi, you there? And then next up, Elena Malaro, and after Elena, Gordon Morris. Before you start, Kathy, are you speaking in the public hearing? Can we do it the same way? If the lady is speaking for a lot of people, can I grant them a few more minutes?
It's in your discretion.
Okay.
To do that.
All right. And so you wrote on your thing that you are speaking for how many people here?
Multiple people. I don't have a specific number.
If Kathy is speaking for you, would you please stand up? Okay. So if Kathy is speaking for you, then when it comes your turn, then you're going to have to pass because I'm granting. How many want to cede their time to Kathy to speak? All right. I'll give you 6 minutes to speak, Kathy.
Thank you.
All right. You got that, Laura? All right.
Good morning. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you this morning. I stand before you today in vehement opposition of the rezoning of the properties presented on item number 56. Based on conversations with Mojave County Department of Services staff, the 208 Water Quality Management Plan has no specific guidance governing the location, installation of wastewater treatment facilities. One of the paramount concerns of the current residents with property adjacent to the proposed development is the placement of this large-scale septic system, which would potentially be shared by 3,000 homes if you propose rezoning is granted today. This map here is showing the Ship Estates water treatment system. The yellow highlight is the actual treatment plant, and then the yellow or orange, the orange area is the current residents that live right next to it, so there's no buffer. This map, the waste treatment plant is directly across from existing homes. We have spoken to residents and visited the area, and without reservation, the area stinks. Residents indicate it is a pervasive AM and PM hours a day that this smell is there. The stinky ponds stink. This is why we do not put them near our homes. There's also noise pollution from the constant humming of this treatment plant. This map represents the city of Kingman, and that their boundaries are this sort of a blue-green color, and their waste treatment plant is this highlighted box up here, which is several miles from their city limits. In fact, the state of Arizona, located in Golden Valley, shown here, has a 40-acre buffer between the prison and the wastewater treatment plant. Shouldn't Mojave County residents be treated at very least equal to the inmates? Regardless, if you vote with your constituents today, Mojave County needs development regulations for a wastewater treatment plant in the proximity of residents, so this does not happen to other residents. During a community meeting with the applicant in March, questions were asked regarding road improvements, the impact on our current road system. Per the applicant, the existing roads are solely on the county and that our taxes fund roads. The additional traffic resulting from 3,000 plus or minus homes being proposed in this development would easily increase the average daily traffic volumes on Australia, Laguna Road, Teddy Roosevelt. When comparing the proposed number with the homes, the average daily traffic counts on these roads would show a 400% increase daily, compounding the destruction of already deluged road surfaces, substantially increasing already highly maintenance costs and safety concerns due to poorly maintained roads. Please help us keep Golden Valley in its present state. Guard the individual property rights, quality of life and environment in our rural community. Obtain reasonable development, density, open space, which will remain non-invasive of our neighborhood. Look for and support commercial, industrial development that is environmentally sensitive, offers quality employment, and provides the needs of the community to increase tax base. Develop healthy, uncluttered neighborhoods for all that own property and live within the community. Enhance public safety, infrastructure, opportunities for family-oriented activities. Nourish the quiet enjoyment, scenic views, and the night skies that make this a wonderful environment to the entire community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, there are several people who have signed up in favor, and so I'm going to try to at least go back and forth so we get a mixture, but I'm going to call up the applicant right now. Maybe the applicant will answer some of the questions that you have. I'm sorry. I'm just going to call the applicant up first, then we'll go with you. Branson Pease. And Elena is up next, and then Gordon.
Hi, Council. I'm actually going to speak after the main applicant, Tyler and Travis.
Thanks, Chairman Angus and board members. We have a slideshow here we'd like to share with you to explain the project a little bit.
Okay, 1 second. Before we go through with this, is this appropriate for the public hearing to do the whole presentation, or should we wait until after the public hearing?
I think we wait till after the public hearing. That way there can be a dialogue.
You just signed up, so we'll go with you after. Okay. All right, now Elena, Ms. Malaro, and then Gordon Morris, if you can kind of make your way down, and then Dawn Harris.
Good morning. Our Golden Valley thoughts. To you, they're just houses and money signs. Have you ever thought about the people that reside there? Have you researched the issues that our little town face? Lack of water, schooling space, dirt roads that barely get much needed care, rainy, flooding days, scorching summer rays. The fauna and flora of our desert oasis will suffer greatly. Beauty will be desecrated. Have you given any thought to the critters that live here? Whether it's a spider, a snake, or a cute little quail? This land is their home. just like it's ours. It's a place where we have devoted many hours. We moved from the rat race and found a desirable place. Just thoughts that will impact our residents' fate. Thank you.
Gordon Morris, and then Dawn Harris, and then Charmaine Keith. Charmaine Keith.
Madam Chair and group, my name is Gordon Morris, 4258 North Concho. I'm a half mile from the project. My family bought in the valley in 1960. We've maintained a residence there for the last 40 years. We've owned there for the last 60. I'm against it. I would prefer that we go to the 1 or 2 or bigger acres. They have the right to build. They have the right to develop. I sympathize that they have a problem. But let's keep it like the surrounding square miles around it. The adjoining square miles I'm referring to. They're limited to 1 or 2 acres or more. We don't need the high density. We have lots of property of value available to build on at this time. We don't have to have this right away. I thank you for your time. I talked to some of you on the phone, a couple of you ladies in person. I appreciated your time. Good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dawn, and then Charmaine Keith, and then Mr. or Ms. Hopkins.
Hi, I'm Dawn Harris. I live on Ranch Road in Golden Valley. So first of all, let's not pretend that this is solving a housing crisis. The only crisis this solves is putting money in the pockets of the developers. Tyler Engel stated he wouldn't compromise to rezone with a 1 acre minimum, so it is about money and not about providing quality housing. I believe many of the people that are in support of this project, it's because they don't live near it and they think it won't affect them. But in some way, this is going to affect all of us that live in Golden Valley. In my opinion, either Engel Homes is just ignorant or they won't provide the crucial information to the county to make a more informed decision. How can you state that this will be affordable housing and propose this massive project without knowing cost or feasibility of acquiring water and a sewage system? Also, it seems to me that not enough consideration has been done on how this would directly affect traffic, the school district, local stores, wildlife, and the redirection of the washes. Most current residents moved here to take reprieve from big cities with high taxes and cookie-cutter homes. We want to have larger properties for our animals or livestock. We want to protect our peace and quiet and gorgeous views of the mountains and sunset. We want to support our local businesses over a Walmart and a Home Depot. We enjoy the benefits of what Golden Valley provides now, not to watch it become a bustling city. There are plenty of other places that you can shoehorn 3,000 homes in, but don't do it in our slow-paced, unincorporated town. As our elected officials, you should vote on this in a manner that reflects the overwhelming amount of residents that oppose this. Don't sacrifice our way of life, even if it isn't the same as yours. Please preserve our American dream in small-town USA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charmaine Keith, then Hopkins, and then we'll go with Kevin Ott.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Bless you all. My name is Charmaine Keith, and I just want to say real quick that I have pros and cons, and I just came to share them with you that were very emotional for me yesterday. And first of all, I understand completely. I used to live in Golden Valley, and having the space in enjoying not having your neighbor peeking through your window is very important, or what have you. And the agricultural, it is very promising, and it's beautiful, and people come for that reason, and I love it. And in fact, I'm very for they were here. I agree. And it's a beautiful thing to preserve. But I also want to share some of the pros with development and Golden Valley as well. And like I said, there's many things that need to take place to preserve both sides. But I want to share that affordable housing, whether or not it be Angle or whoever, it's really important. And it's people are not able to purchase right now because what they were able to purchase at one point with 3% and 4% interest is not available anymore. So now the people that did qualify for 400 are down to under 2. It's hard to find, or under 250. It's hard to find homes for people under 250. So just saying that. The other thing is, I was at, as you know, IHOP shut their doors overnight. The people went in there to get to work and they were locked out. This was like 2 days ago. And they were locked out. They went to work and they were locked out. We cannot sustain these businesses are not going to continue to stay. My heart breaks for all parties, but these businesses are not going to, they're not staying in Kingman. Last night I was at Cracker Barrel and the waitress was almost crying and in tears, and she said, "Thank you for coming tonight, because we've been told that if people don't start coming in, they're going to shut our doors." Now, we do need more population. We need more residents. And we are, however, let me give you my time. However, it is, I'm not saying Golden Valley or whatever, I'm just in favor of development, and I am in favor of keeping doctors, great physicians here, and there's not enough to keep them right now. So we are missing, just give me a second. We need more employment, more affordable housing. This will bring stability, and there's concern over people's jobs right now. I know a lot of people stay home and eat. A lot of people don't go out like they used to. They can't afford it. But there's a lot of jobs and families that are being affected when they shut their doors like
Okay,
that.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopkins? I'm sorry, I don't know your first name. And then after Mr. Hopkins, Kevin Ott, and then Daniel Nagy.
I have some papers, clerk.
Okay.
Good morning. I would like to read. I'd like to read something that I happened to run across while I was researching what's going on in Golden Valley.
Got it upside down.
Oh.
No.
Oh, up.
There you go.
Anyway, the requirement for a planning and zoning commission is contained in State Statute, Arizona Revised Statute 11802. As are the commissioner's duties, the commissioner's primary duty is to advise the Board of Supervisors in managing the orderly growth, the physical development of Mojave County, and to protect the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of its citizens. The Commission will make changes to further the public interest, but will not alter plans or review regulations solely for any individual group or organization for their personal caprice or the convenience of profit. This is the before. This is the after. That's a 1 acre spot that they want to put 6 homes on. This is just an example of an acre that they want to put 6 homes on. which is just about ridiculous because the lack of services, the lack of infrastructure, the lack of public services. So thank you very much.
Very much. We have Kevin Ott, then Daniel Nagy, and then Wayne Hollins.
Good morning. So while I understand the concerns that these residents of Golden Valley have, and I think they're important concerns, we all appreciate...
You need to speak into the mic, please.
Sorry, yeah. So we all appreciate the rural nature of our community, but I think we have to understand that Arizona is on the map now. People are coming in, and development is going to happen. And one of the realities is that communities either grow and prosper or they stagnate and falter. And I think we can try our best to control growth, but we still need to encourage positive growth. I think Angle's development that they're proposing is an example of positive growth. One thing about Angle Homes is they build in our communities, they hire local people, and those projects will support thousands of jobs. I'll use my own example. We have several hundred employees. Angle is a very large customer, and our several hundred employees feed their families off of projects like this. So while we always have to consider the residents that are impacted, I think we have to take that in its totality and look at the positive benefit to the community as a whole. And these jobs are one part of that. That's an important thing. Kingman has always, and Mojave County has always had a large construction industry, and that's going to continue. It should continue. And that feeds a lot of people. It drives a lot of revenue back into these communities. So I am in favor of Angle's development.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Nagy? Please, no, please. Everyone has the right to have their 3 minutes uninterrupted. I haven't been, Ryan, I haven't been asking people for their names and addresses because we have them in here. So is it necessary for them to repeat it if we have it down here?
We need to make sure just to ask name and
Okay,
address.
all right. So we're going to now, from here on in, we're going to ask people for their name and address.
Daniel Nagy, 3621 North Horse Mesa Road, Golden Valley. What I'd like to know is for a layout. The last meeting they had was the zoning and planning board. They had a plat laid out, but they never said, and it was asked, where are you going to put this and that and everything. Like, where's the sewage treatment plant going to go? We need to know that. The well water, because there's only 407, that's what I understand, allotments left of the water in the water district. So they're going to have to drill their own wells. Where is that going to go? The housing, we need to know where that is going to be laid out at, to find out, because there's supposed to be in the future stores and a medical center, and also when they make the roads for these houses and everything, they're going to be paved roads. They're not just going to be the old dirt roads. I need to know where is all the water going to go when they have the monsoon floods come through. Is that going to redirect, like Sacramento Wash to another area or something, or another wash coming by? We need to know these answers before anything is done. They need to, have it set up when they come up here and present the stuff so we people know what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wayne Hollins, then Dave Veazey, and Tim Ronan.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisor. My name is Wayne Holland, 4825 North Mormon Flat Road, Golden Valley. Growth is inevitable. It's going to come whether we like it or not. But I moved here to be in a rural setting. I don't mind the dirt roads and what have you. And if I wanted to have that many houses right around me, I would have moved to Kingman or Bullhead or somewhere like that. So That's my main opposition because I don't want to live in the city. 3,000 homes, up to 9,000 more people, almost double the size of all of Golden Valley. And 9,000 people spread out over all of Golden Valley wouldn't be that bad, but when you put them on 1,400 acres, that's too dang many people, at least for our liking. 3,000 more homes, 6,000 more vehicles, about 1,500 more ATVs running around the desert destroying it. So if everybody's got a job to pay for the house, that's 50 miles no matter which way you go to round trip. So that's 150,000 miles a day more traffic on a road. 54 million miles and about 27 million gallons of, or 2.7 million gallons of fuel being used just to get back and forth. Water, without built-in water harvesting systems, that's almost as much water that's going to be running off, that's falling on their head, as they're going to pump back out of the ground. So we could be pretty close if we would use more water that's falling out of the sky and supplement it with the groundwater instead of vice versa. Unless we built in the gray water system, there's like, say, 40 gallons a day. That's 120,000 gallons per day that could be used to water landscape and cool the thing. And then you're going to cut down all the vegetation out there and pave it. That's going to raise the heat of the area. What are we going to do to mitigate the heat island effect? And again, somebody already mentioned all the wildlife that's live out there. Where are they going to go? They're going to be displaced, die, killed as they're doing it. So we need to look at the whole ecosystem. One thing is not just one problem. It affects the whole ecosystem of not only that area, but the surrounding areas also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dave Veazey, Tim Ronan, and then Butch Merriweather.
Good morning, board members. My name's Dave Veazey. I live a few lots away from the proposed development. I have some concerns. It's always been zoned for low-density housing, and there's a reason why. Angle Construction is proposing basically 4,000 square foot lots in their properties. This is totally unacceptable. This area is made for low-density housing, mostly because, I believe, water. And there's some facts that maybe you aren't aware of. There's no environmental impact statement, fire protection. I have had actual experience with fire out here. My neighbor's house burned to the ground. And let me tell you, just trying to keep it a spread from my property, and the response time of the fire department was approximately 30 minutes. By the time they were there, there was ashes left. So a fire is a great concern. The average Arizona resident uses 146 gallons of water a day. They're proposing 3,000 houses, and conservatively, 9,000 people would live there. Now, that adds up to 480 million gallons of water per year. And our annual rainfall being 6 inches, it would delete the aquifers. So it's not feasible. According to the state code ARS 632, an active water system, you're allowed 250 acre feet per year on each system. That's 81,500,000 gallons per year. And Angle is proposing using 5.88 times that for high density housing. It just won't work. The other thing is fire protection. Having been familiar with fire protection, you need 150 psi and a very large diameter pipe to keep it recharging if there is a fire. That would require a lot of water and a lot of pressure on it. And you're talking high density housing. I have 1.2 acres and my house almost burned down. So I will be talking with the fire marshal to find out exactly what the guidelines for that are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tim Ronan, Butch Merriweather, and then Diane Jamison, I believe.
Morning, everyone. I'll make this fast. I only have 2 minutes. So basically, coming to you this morning, I'm going to address what he just spoke about, which is the fire response. I'm a fire captain in Mojave County. I'm also a paramedic, engine boss trainee with Wildland Division. 16 years full-time on the job. I work at 2 different departments. One's as a POC, so when we need an extra fireman, I'll get a text saying they need one. My phone goes off every day. Nationwide, there's a shortage of fire, EMS, and police, and obviously this affects everybody. Minimum staffing is what has been an all-time norm for us. In the past, there's been browning out a station, which means we're shutting down a station because we don't have the personnel if somebody calls in sick. Mandatory OTs are now the norm. It's when I first started, I'd work 48-hour shifts, 2 days on, 4 days off. Commonly now I'm on for 4 days and 2 days off. My guys are going to go home in the morning. We don't have the staffing, so I have to mandatory them, including myself. I've been mandatoried on anniversaries, birthdays, you name it. Retention and recruitment have been the thing that have been kind of the normal thing that all surrounding departments have had to deal with. That's why you're seeing a lot of mergers on the board, not just with monies as it is, it's with personnel being spread so thin throughout all of Mojave County. If you just Google right now on your phone, shortage of firefighters, police, or EMS in Arizona, even Mojave County comes up. In fact, News West Publishing, April 2024, showed this building right out here on the ad saying Mojave County will attempt to address the critical staff shortages. Now, I believe they have. We've all tried to address it. Every department around here has. Phoenix Fire is currently in a crisis condition for hiring. Las Vegas is also the same. In fact, Las Vegas has priority dispatch, meaning if somebody breaks an arm, there's a structure fire or a motor vehicle wreck, they're going to address in the order of importance where they're going to go, what they feel is important. So you could be delayed for a long period of time. If there's a structure fire, I'm a resident in Golden Valley, forgot to give you my address, 6852 West Chino. If there's a structure fire in Golden Valley, you will have station 11, 12, and 13 all going to that structure fire. Now, if there's a wreck on 68, which we see all too often, there's going to be delayed response. Golden Valley Fire will get there. It's just we're very, very busy, along with all departments around the whole area. With the shortage, it also addresses response times, getting there. Now, you add this many more people in, I get it. Infrastructure comes with development, but the problem is we can't fill the spots now. We can't compete with the Vegas wages, the Phoenix wages. So we'll get new guys that come in, we'll train them, and a lot of times they'll leave because of what it offers in the bigger areas, with training, paying for schooling, things like that. So I understand we're trying to develop the area.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you got your point across. Thank you. Butch Merriweather, Diane Jamison, and then Scott Lander.
Good morning, I'm Butch Merriweather. I'm opposed to approving this agenda item. There was a communication between the county manager, Sam Elders, and Cactus Utilities regarding GVRD. As soon as it occurred, the county manager contacted Supervisor Lingenfelter and Bishop and Engel Home. Why was Engel Home contacted? Only the county manager would know. No one knows what was discussed or promised during the meeting. There was no record or report regarding the meeting, and because of this, it would behoove Chairman Angus to ask either Lingenfelter or Bishop to explain what was actually discussed and promised during the meeting. If they don't, there might be a suggestion of collusion or a hint of impropriety. Because this agenda item is regarding properties located within Golden Valley Improvement District, I believe Supervisor Lingenfelter and Bishop should recuse himself from voting on this item. Please don't vote no just because you think that you might be sued by Engel Homes if you turn them down. Thank you very much.
And then George, Phyllis Anderson. Diane Jameson? Are you Diane? Oh, is Diane here? Is this, okay, we'll go on. If Diane Jameson's here, she can come down later. Scott Lander? Oh, excuse me, what's your name, miss? Okay, I didn't call you, but since you're here, come on down. It's okay. Just give us your name and your address.
My name is Phyllis Anderson. I live at 6498 West Chloride Road, Golden Valley, Arizona. I'm a resident, a registered voter. I'm not a veteran, but I've been through a lot of stuff and I've seen a lot of changes here in our beautiful place. I've been a resident since 1979 and I am totally against this proposed rape of our valley. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Scott Lander, Liz Randolph, and then Jennifer Esposito.
Hi, Scott Lander, 420 Lomas Flojos, Kingman, Arizona. I'm fourth generation to the area. Been here, lived here a long time. I love our community. I care about it. I've worked with hundreds of Golden Valley residents. I love them too. There's some great people out there. Completely understand a lot of their concerns. Actually, a lot of things to be worked out and kinks. I'm sure I can understand their fears and concerns. And so, with respect, I will say a few things that I do see. I deal with a lot of people daily that need housing, and there's a housing shortage, there's an affordability shortage. One way or another, these people are going to be coming here and living here in this community. And I would rather see a community that's planned out, well thought of, and done correctly with a process. I know the county's put a lot of time and effort into their general plan. And, I'd hate to see people not stick with that, of what it's designed for, that they've worked at 20, 30 years in the making. There's a big need for certain different types of communities. I realize the ruralness of Golden Valley and that some of this doesn't fit that, and change is hard. It's new, but I do know the Engel family. They do things with quality, and they care about our community. They're from here, just like I am, and I understand there's different viewpoints there. But, there's a lot of positives to be had here. If you look at it both ways, this isn't going to be developed overnight. This is going to take a long time. And there are kinks to be worked out. Like I said, I'm not diminishing that, with the fire, some of the drainage, the water, different plans, which I'm sure they have in the works, especially the sewer too. So I'm in favor of it because I see the need for the long term here, and this is what it was designed for.
Thank you very much. Liz Randolph, then Jennifer Esposito, then Ashley Gerich.
Good morning. My name is Liz Randolph. I live at 1113 South Dewey, Golden Valley. I'm opposed to the rezoning, and what I'm requesting is responsible building. Having houses so close in proximity is not responsible building. You're bringing in way too many people that our infrastructure cannot even support. We can't support the water. We can't support fire. We can't support the sheriffs, the schools, our medical doctors. We're going to also be affecting other communities that support our community. Example, Las Vegas gets our trauma people. So you're going to have more people that you're going to be affecting, not just our community, but outlying communities that are generous enough to help us out. Just please vote no on this. Wait until after you guys do your restructuring in June and see what your new plan's going to look like before you allow a plan like this to come in. Put it off for 2 months before you make any kind of decisions. See what you want to have this area look like in the future. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Esposito, and then Ms. Gerich. And then Thomas Leon, or Leona, not sure.
Good morning, Chairman and Board. I am Jennifer Esposito, candidate for District 4, County Supervisor. I live at 3211 East Snavely Avenue, Kingman, but I am a property owner within the Golden Valley Improvement District. Therefore, I have legal standing to litigate on behalf of myself and the people who I am standing with today. And I am here to speak this truth into reality. You cannot grant them the rezone that they are asking for a multitude of reasons, one of which will be touched on, I believe, by Danielle regarding the previous amendment to the plan. This property is supposed to be agriculturally zoned, not supposed to be residentially zoned. There's a staff error. We seem to have a lot of staff errors when it comes to development services and things not being fixed. This is very similar to the situation that happened recently with MEC. As you well know, we don't have the water allocations, and there are legal issues that need to be dealt with. Even if they drill their own well, they are not... I mean, I'm no math major, but if I crunch the numbers, it appears that this rezone would actually allow them to build 4,775 homes. And if you only have 400 water allocations, even if they drill their own well, those allocations are still within the legal boundaries of the district. And therefore, before they could even move a shovel of dirt, they need to be required, and ADWR would need to sign off on giving GVID additional water allocations. Moreover, I looked at a recent well indicator, and it shows that there is a decline in the aquifer, whether that is a serious measurable decline, but there was no uptick 2 years ago in that well metering for the excessive rain that we have, and there are other high water use things going on. Moreover, as has been pointed out, we don't have the roads, we don't have the schools, we don't have the fire, we just don't have the infrastructure to double the population. But the reality is the two issues that everyone wants to bring up is, but it's consistent with the general plan. No, it's not. Not when that amendment was made in 2006 and it was supposed to revert back. The other argument that is made is we have the water. Well, the quote Cadillac of water studies did say we have more water in the aquifer than we thought, but things may have changed since then. And I'm sure that Supervisor Bishop has already coached staff on how to properly answer the question she intends to raise so that we can justify what's going to happen. But she is not the only person on this board. There are 4 of you who need to step up and act in the interest of the community at large, not in the interest of special interests who everyone who is in favor of this appears to be motivated by profit or money that they will make, whether they are realtors, whether they are subcontractors. You need to side with the people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, come on. Ashley Gerich, then Thomas Leona, and then Dylan Fox.
Good morning, Chairman and Boards. My name is Ashley Gerich. I live in 1111 Zircon Avenue, Bullhead City, Arizona. I also have property, 36 acres in the Golden Valley Water Improvement District. And I just wanted to come up here on behalf of the community in Golden Valley. I can say in for myself that I went and purchased property in Golden Valley because it was a special place. And it was special because I was able to get away from the city life and raise my children on a ranch and be able to essentially, hopefully, move there one day. However, if we start to implode on the infrastructure, it would be probably hard to do that in the future. We talk about affordable housing, but we don't talk about the gas prices. The gas prices to get from Golden Valley to Kingman or Golden Valley to Bullhead City, I spend about probably $500 a week in gas. And that's for 2 vehicles to get to Golden Valley and back to Bullhead City. We talk about affordable housing and we don't talk about the infrastructure on employment for the individuals that would be living in this affordable housing development. We don't talk about the fact that we have a small school in the area that is not really capable of housing many children, or as many as we're talking about if we bring in those homes. And I can say with complete and utter support for the fact that these individuals, they're not asking you to deny based on the fact that they don't want to build their community. What they're asking is for you to follow the common scheme of what the outskirts of this 1,400 acres is, and what that common scheme is 1 to 5 acres. They're not asking for you to take their ability to build. They're not asking for you to diminish their property values. They're asking for you to support our community and stay in the common scheme by saying, hey, we'll work with you, we'll compromise. And we're fine with that. We're fine with compromising. What we aren't fine with is condensing our properties and essentially overloading our infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thomas Leona, Dylan Fox, then George Fox. Relation?
Good morning. My name is Thomas Leone. I live at 4473 North Laguna, Golden Valley, Arizona. I hear a lot about infrastructure and, growing up in a quite rural area, you notice these things that developers want to come in and they want to build this and that. And, that's good for their community. It doesn't help the surrounding, areas and the people that have lived there all their lives in this time. And the way they want to live their lives, a lot of infrastructure needs to be updated in Golden Valley, and I see that as a responsibility of the county, and those things need to be addressed. Before you can even think about having a developer come in there, do what they want to do. Yeah, that's hunky dory. It brings jobs, it brings lives, but Golden Valley is what it is. What is the board going to do for Golden Valley to sustain more houses, to just sustain more development? We need to see this in plan. I heard today that there's going to be a revised plan. And with that being said, I don't even see how the county could absolutely vote on this today. It's ridiculous. It's just, you want to vote on something today that could be changed tomorrow. You might not like it, your vote's in, and then what? No one's happy. So the way I see it, we need a plan. We need to see a bigger plan. We need to see a more in-depth plan. Things need to take place first for that community. I'm totally opposed to this whole thing. I bought out here to live in a rural community, have the lives that we do have, and the wildlife, the animals, and the peace. It's just so peaceful out here. And, you can build 1 or 2 or, a couple here and there, and that's great. But you want to stack a whole, farm of houses together like that, it's going to change things. And all the promises that you're going to make to the current Golden Valley communities, man, you need to put them first. This is not putting them first. This is putting a developer to come in and to hopefully bring us the infrastructure we need. hopefully do the things that you're going to need to stay in your neighborhood when I see that we're hanging on by a thread as it is. So please consider vetoing this vote today until there's a better plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dylan Fox, and then George Fox. You related? Dylan and George?
No, I'm Dylan.
Okay.
Dylan Fox.
Yeah.
I grew up out
Your
in Golden-
address, please?
3231 East Packard Avenue. I grew up out in Golden Valley on Cascade. Really, everybody's talking about developments and how they're massive developers. It's more along the lines of them. It's actually just a family-owned business, kind of like what we're involved into, me and my dad. It's just family-owned businesses.
You talk more into the microphone.
Sorry, kind of nervous. So, it's not like a massive corporation coming in and destroying the homeland of Kingman and Golden Valley. It's more along the lines of a couple families that built something that was excellent and have it has perforated through many people. My family alone, the amount of prosperity that will come through this in our communities will be immense. All of the people that work with Engel Homes, excuse me, sorry, I'm not used to public talking. People that work with Engel Homes have been around since I was a child. I've grew up in this environment. They're all the exact same people that have worked forever, the same drywallers, the same painters, the same floor guys, framers, and they've done nothing but kind of built themselves up. So they've actually helped out a lot more than what people actually understand. So the development of Golden Valley will only bring it in. They talk about infrastructure, but you need the population to come in to bring the infrastructure. If it's not for that, there won't be anything.
Excuse me.
The man who founded Havasu, when they brought the London Bridge there, they said he was insane. But he said if you build it, they come. So you need the population to support everything that needs to come out here. That's basically all I got to say.
Thank you very much. George Fox, then George, I think it's Loya or Leah, and then Kathy Calhoun.
Hello, my name's George Fox. I live at 407 Parkview, Kingman, Arizona. But I actually lived in Golden Valley for 23 years. In 1991, right, I put 4 children through the school there. I actually started my business in Golden Valley, but it was really difficult because there wasn't enough people to actually patronize the store and go there and buy carpet and flooring. So we had to move into town, right? And I think it'd be a good idea to build this development out there. When we first moved out there, my dad always told me that this place was designed to actually, there was going to be a lot of people there. And it'd be a good idea to bring a lot of money into the school that's there. It'll bring a lot of money into the roads. The small businesses will be able to flourish. The grocery store would be nice. The restaurants would actually be able to stay open, which would be great. And I'm just for the development, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, George Loya, did I get that right? Okay, and then Kathy Calhoun. Has Diane Jamison come back? Diane? No?
George Loya, 6660 West Agua Fria Drive, Golden Valley, Arizona. Location, location, location. I hope you have come with an open mind to this rezoning and listen to your constituents' opinion on the matter of rezoning this area. If Engel wants to build in Golden Valley, let him continue building south of 68, where he's already started. There is plenty of room there. We already have plenty of built this. The right location. We don't want commercial spaces in our community. You wouldn't want them in your community. And I think this is the wrong place for him to build. He's built 100 homes over there out south of 68. Let him continue building over there. There's not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kathy Calhoun, Deborah Eaton, and then Dan Delmonico.
Morning. Kathy Calhoun, 4085 North Contra Road in Golden Valley.
Yeah, can you speak into the mic more, please?
Thought I was. No. Oh, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I moved from a boom and bust state, so I would like to know how many of these jobs after the developers are gone are going to sustain and stay in Golden Valley. How many jobs will be left after they're gone? I oppose this. I moved out here for peace and quiet, and I don't believe this development is going to continue that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Eaton. Is Deborah Eaton here? Okay, we'll wait for you to come up. And then Dan Delmonico and Arthur Ramos.
Good morning. I am Deborah Eaton. I live at 3743 North Laguna Road in Golden Valley. I moved out there in 2000. I've been there 24 years. The reason I moved there was peace and quiet and not traffic and everything the big cities have. I don't want. And with people moving in, like everybody said, there's more traffic, more problems. We don't need it. I raised my daughter there, and she came out perfectly fine without all the extra things. So I just don't want to see it come in. Like across the street from me, they started plowing down the environment, and I have dirt there. And with all the wind we have, I have had nothing but dirt in my house. No warning of this being plowed down to anyone in our track. So that's why I do no longer want anything like that. And I hope you agree and oppose this, but we'll have to wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dan Delmonico, Arthur Ramos, and Jonathan Owen.
Good morning, Board. My name is Dan Delmonico, 3957 East Driscoll Court.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Dan Delmonico, 3957 East Driscoll Court, Kingman, Arizona. I am a regional president for a local bank. I oversee basically all the commercial lending for the central Arizona. I've had the opportunity to sit through a number of meetings in all the cities, Kingman, Bullhead, Havasu, Prescott Valley, on growth and how that happens. As I've heard from a number of folks here today, I mean, I would have some concerns as they would, given the debacle of the roads development coming into Golden Valley and some of those issues that went there. I mean, that's truly a valid concern. I think I am supportive of Tyler and Doug and their group to do that. I think they are responsible folks. They've been around the community for a long time, just like I have. A number of the folks that have spoke today have all relocated to Golden Valley in this area, including myself in 1987, right? So we've been here for 40 years. What happens in that environment is you start to develop, especially over the last probably 4 or 5 years, you start to develop some scarcity issues with housing, which then creates problems with affordability. Sat through a deal in Lake Havasu City recently regarding that. Their issues down in Lake Havasu are not even on the low income housing. They're almost past the workforce housing issues, being able to afford it. Gentleman back here is a fireman talking about having issues getting folks in there. They can't afford that down there. Is Kingman and Golden Valley there? No, I don't think we're there yet. I think we're getting there quickly. And I think having an understanding of what Tyler and his group are trying to propose is what we need with locally grown groups that are looking, honestly, for probably the best part of the community. We're going to get the residents. I think Arizona's average somewhere between 100 and 120,000 net migration annually is coming here. Most of that obviously to the wonderful state of Maricopa south of us. But we do see a tremendous amount of home growth and residents coming here. We need homes, we need affordability on all fronts for firemen, for nurses, for police, for blue collar workers that can do that. And I think this is a good example of that. One of the other items that I would want to talk about and has been brought up is the economic impact of it. I know there's a tax-based impact, but the economic impact and Travis, I think, has seen these numbers over the years, but the carrying value of $1 of growth for employment is tremendous. So I think if you start to look at that on a holistic scale, it's a really, really large number, and it does help our overall community for the long term. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Arthur Ramos, Jonathan Owen, and then Diana Barnes.
Good morning. My name is Arthur Ramos. Before I begin, are you going to allow Danielle Keck to have a longer time to speak?
I don't know yet. How many?
Because if you're not going to, then I'll relinquish my time to her. But I would like to say a few things.
Yeah. Well, whichever, you need to either say it or cede your time to Danielle.
Well, as long as you allow her to speak for an extended period. Thank you very much.
I will. Thank you. Jonathan Owen.
Thank you for taking time out of your schedules to listen to me. I noticed that everybody who's stood up in favor of pretty much everybody who stood up in favor of the Angle Homes development has some sort of financial or personal connection to Angle Homes. Rest assured, we vote. We are your bosses. We hear what goes on. Second, I'm sorry. I want to sit here and share what I love about Golden Valley. I live at 152 South Emery Park Road, which is a RV park. Get a lot of quail, get a lot of coyote around the area. I love the wildlife. I love seeing the mountains without the extra lights. I love looking up at the stars at night and seeing them. I come from the city. I don't want to return to it. City lights block out the stars. They drive the wildlife away. That's not something I want to return to. The reason that the area should stay the way it is infrastructure. You've had an EMT come up here and tell you that they can't get to people in time. It takes 30 minutes to respond to something that's going on. How's 3,000 or 4,000 more homes going to help? Wildlife, views, schools. You got one small school there. How's adding, 6,000 to 8,000 more kids going to be beneficial? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And I hope that you'll respect our residents.
Thank you.
And shut this thing down.
Okay, now before I go on, since you brought up Danielle, I don't have a paper signed up for you. Oh, well, I did not know that. Okay, well, then come on down. I apologize for that. I don't see it. All right. And how many people are you speaking for?
Can you please stand up if I'm speaking, representing you?
Okay, and that means that you are ceding your time. So if I call you, you're going to say, I'm with Danielle. Oh, you did. Very good. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair
Sorry,
and Supervisors.
Danielle, how many minutes do you want? I apologize.
I can do it in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. Danielle Olikek, 3808 North Stewart Mountain Road, Golden Valley. I live 900 feet within this proposal. I have been accused of sticking my nose in business that doesn't pertain to me, but these are my neighbors and these are my friends who I care about. And this has been a big ongoing thing that we've been following since last year. So I'm not really speaking on my behalf. I'm speaking on behalf of all these people. So if you're not yet aware, if I could get the camera up, the surrounding property owners within the rezone area have filed a formal protest petition opposing this rezone. They've reached over 30% by area and by number. According to state statute, ARS 11814E, if 20% of the owners of the property by area and number within the zoning area file a protest to the proposed rezoning, the change shall not be made, except by 3/4 vote, which means it will take 4 of you to pass this and disregard the opposition of the surrounding property owners. Please use this opportunity to show Mojave County who you truly represent. I do want to remind you that the applicants requesting this rezone are the same applicants that attempted to have themselves removed from the GVID boundary lines in 2023, which you ultimately denied, and we appreciate that. Thank you. During the public hearings held for their petition to be removed, the number 3,000 homes kept being thrown around, which triggered the community's concerns over this proposal. I want to make it clear that the applicants did not have any plans to address the residents' concerns through community outreach or conversation. It was the residents of Golden Valley who had to ask them to participate in a community meeting. We found the location, we provided the sound, and gave them an opportunity to share more details about their proposal, which they did say they didn't have much to share. On March 20th, the applicants were gracious enough to participate in a community meeting. We had over 160 residents in attendance that were eager to hear more, many who were open to the idea of this development. People from all over the valley showed up wondering where this rezone was even located. Unfortunately, the applicants couldn't even provide a simple map to show where this 1,480 acres was located. Many residents felt as if there was no real effort put forth by the applicants in addressing their genuine concerns. Overall, what we learned from them was everything will be addressed by the county, by our tax dollars. The only default reasoning that has truly been presented by the applicants and the Planning and Zoning Commission to pass this rezone is that it matches the general plan. But our counter argument is that it does not match the current community nor the original land use designation for the Golden Valley area. Can I get the camera up, please? In researching the general plan, we discovered, actually I want to show the map. All right, so in the Planning and Zoning Facts and Finding, it states that in letter D, the neighboring area contains other zonings and densities similar to the above proposed action. We find that to be false. All the surrounding area is zoned AR. The only exception is the Crystal Springs subdivision that was recorded prior to the 1995 general plan update, which I have this map right here that shows everything is AR. Everything is AR except for this little
Danielle, please talk to us.
Okay, sorry. In researching the general plan, we discovered that Golden Valley has its own area plan that was merged with the general plan a few years ago. Prior to 2006, the proposed development was designated as, the development area was designated as rural and suburban. According to the Golden Valley Hybrid Area Plan, which is up on the screen, that plan was approved in fall of 2001, which can be found on page 3. Rural is defined as 5+ acres, and suburban is defined as 1 to 5 acres, typically 2.5 acres. In 2006, there was a major plan amendment. Approved for a development called the Dorado. This change in land use designation is the basis of this applicant's proposed rezone. In resolution number 2006-657A, this land use designation was subject to different conditions. One of those conditions was number 9. Development of the area plan shall show sufficient progress by the next decennial update of the general plan. Sufficient progress is the development of a single village or unit. Without such progress, the area plan will be recommended for reduction in scope or rescission. This land should have rescinded back to the original land use designation when the developers of the Dorado defaulted on the property. Records show that in 2011, the applicants acquired the parcels via tax lien certificates. The applicants didn't file for the title until 2021, and in 2023, the applicants sold a portion of the land to themselves. The zoning on the land has been AR 36, and that is what they should have considered before purchasing the land. For that reason, we are asking you to deny this unreasonable rezone request and allow Golden Valley to work with the county to develop a reasonable development plan that protects and preserves the current residents while still providing reasonable growth for the community needs. Another reason to deny this proposal is the unknown number of units being proposed. The applicants have thrown around up to 3,000. But in our research, we have discovered that the current rezone proposal could actually allow for 3,000 or more, as explained in an email from Mr. Holtree from the Planning and Zoning Department in November 2023. Another thing to consider is the Dorado development. That the rezone is based off of, the Dorado development states that the land designation would actually allow for 4,770 units. So what is the real number? I think we deserve to know. Water has also been a top concern for the residents and the district members since the development is proposed inside of the GVID boundary lines. On April 1st, you did approve the acknowledgement of additional 950 acre-feet of water, but in the letter from Director Letowski, he explains that this additional water came from a 1995 undocumented, miscommunicated best guess from ADWR. The record was missing several documents, and there may be some confusion over the file number itself. The letter also mentions a modification application that was submitted in 2006, but in the email thread between ADWR, it says that application was withdrawn. Every water study we have been able to find states that the Sacramento Basin is declining. In 2007, water levels were declining. In 2011, water levels were decreasing at about 2,400 acre-feet a year. In Mojave County's own general plan, it states that the Sacramento Water Valley basins are experiencing the greatest groundwater recharge deficits. Griffith Energy is allowed up to 250,000 acre-feet of year over a 40-year operational lifespan. The 2,200-bed prison, including staff, has been compared to be equivalent to a 500-home subdivision. Both are considered high consumption users. Approving this rezone is comparable to approving the water consumption of 8 to 10 more prisons. For those reasons, we are asking you to deny this rezone to allow for time to better understand the impact this size development can have on the Sacramento Water Basin and the Golden Valley Improvement District. The last point I want to make is a response to Mr. Patillo's letter concerning septic tanks and sewage treatment plants. In his letter, he argues that a sewage treatment plant is the best option for all parties. He mentions that Golden Valley residents are hoping to stifle reasonable development by asking for acre-plus lots. Maybe he's correct, and 1,200 septic tanks are too much for the development area, but building a sewage treatment plant anywhere close in proximity to a neighborhood should not be considered reasonable development. For that reason, we believe the current zoning of AR 36 is already the best zoning to protect the groundwater supply from nitrogen pollution from too many septic systems, while still protecting the property values of the neighbors who would fall victim to devaluation from living in proximity of a treatment facility. In closing, I want to thank you supervisors for giving us additional time to plead our case and remind you all that we are not against development. We are asking for a reasonable and sustainable development plan that preserves the values we cherish in Golden Valley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next up, we have Diane Barnes, Michael Babb, And again, if Danielle spoke for you and she made, she hit a lot of points that you're going to make, you can say, I stand with Danielle. And Dave Ramsey. So, Diana? Is Diana here? All right, I don't see her. I'll put her with Diane. Michael Babb. Is Michael Babb here? Okay. Then Dave Ramsey, and then Steve Robinson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. Ma'am, I would like to say thank you very much for running the meeting. You're doing a hell of a lot better job than the lady that sat in that chair a couple weeks ago. She was very degrading and kind of demeaning. Thank you very much. The only thing I really had to say, she covered a lot of my points, is the gentleman that spoke last time spoke about there was enough water in the valley for 100 years. I don't understand how there could possibly be 100 years worth of water in the valley when there's no really way to accurately check it or predict the weather in the future. This year, we had 0 monsoons. Where's the water supposed to come from if we're not having monsoons? 2 or 3 years worth of drought would greatly affect what they're calling 100 years worth of water. If they're talking about doubling the population in the valley, how does the water stay at 100 years worth of water? There can't be. It's impossible. I don't see where you're going to feed the traffic. It's primarily a north-sided valley. Most of the businesses in the valley are on the north side. If I could have spoke sooner, I would have had the people come up after me and ask how things turned out for them after the way the highway was developed. When they changed the exits on the highway, I would like to have heard how it turned out for those people who live in the streets behind the businesses. When they changed the highway with all the dividers, they made it to where some of the businesses were not even accessible from the north side. So the streets that on the north side continue to get overflow. Ask the people who live behind the stores on the north side, their traffic increased by 10 times minimum. All these people will now go down Chino from the new development, which, by the way, he hasn't answered not one question, not one bit of a plan. All the people from that new development will all go down Chino. A great bit of them will go down Chino to those stores. The traffic impact on the whole north side will be unbelievable. And now I'm hearing that there is another clown development going on Teddy Roosevelt where they want to put 600 homes down there. I don't know who they are, but that's not welcome either. There is no water. There is no services. This just can't happen. But thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Babb. We have Dave Ramsey, and then Stephen Robinson, and then Benjamin Jones. Your name and your address, please, sir.
My name's Dave Ramsey. I live at 3578 North Tonto Road, Golden Valley. About 6 years ago, me and my wife retired from the Department of Defense, and we looked all over the place for a house. When we found Golden Valley, we said, we found the place we needed. It's nice and quiet, it's peaceful, large lots, and it was just what we were looking for. Since we've been here, this valley has increased in population by at least 30%. We see it at night, we see more and more and more lights out. But it's been sustainable because of the lot sizes. If you plop an instant little city in the middle of this, our roads cannot support this. All the time I see new crosses on the highway as we drive around. I worry about my wife when she leaves the house and she has to get out on that highway. It would require just an immense amount of money from the county and the state to improve the roads that need to be improved. And obviously, anybody who's driven around on our roads around here know that we don't have the money for that. I'd like to end with that. It's just too much, too fast for the infrastructure that we have in Golden Valley. Thank you.
Steve Robinson, Benjamin Jones, and then Don Martin.
Stephen Robinson, 5373 Highway 68, Golden Valley. That's my mailing address. It would be really, Chairman Angus, board members, staff, it'd be really easy to join some of the other candidates and say, oh, I oppose this. But I am not supported, not any way financially, any way related to Angle Homes, except Travis Pennington's wife does my hair. I wish that my family has been here in Golden Valley since '85. People back then were saying, I don't want anybody else moving in. I wish the people would have been here in 1959 when 61 square miles was cut up into the 2.5 acre parcels and would have opposed it then. This board decided to allow them to cut up land without putting in the infrastructure, just deed the roads to the county. And most of the roads in those 61 square miles are not developed. They should have spoken up in 2015 if they had been here then, because that's when the current general plan was approved. In Golden Valley proper, there's about a total of 260 square miles, of which 100 is between Shinnerup and Chinle and between the mountains. Out of that, 30 square miles were cut up into the 2.5 acres. Then there was another 12 miles that is BLM or state trust land. And then there's 10 miles along the county highway, and that leaves about 35 to 40 miles that are covered by washes, and thus under current statutes they can't develop them. That leaves 10 to 15 square miles available. Now, this thing I just pointed up here, I'll read. It says, the zoning ordinances shall be consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. That means the plan that's currently in effect. Secondly, in C it says, the board shall consider the individual property rights and personal liberties of the residents before adopting any and that means both sides of the issue, but it's private property rights is mentioned first. If Angle Homes wanted to build as many homes as allowed by the plan, they could put in 9,000 homes. Thank God they don't plan to do that. We're dwelling units. I believe we should give them the right because the statute says, you know, you must approve it if it follows the general plan. So that's all I have to say, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Benjamin Jones, Don Martin, then Elise Herron.
My name is Ben Jones.
Excuse me, can everyone keep it down?
I got a loud voice. I'll talk over them.
Your name and your address, please.
My name is Ben Jones, 4878 Bullion in Chloride, Arizona. And the reason why I have an interest in this is I work for the water company in Chloride. We purchase our water from Golden Valley, Valley Pioneer. And having done a lot of the figures on it, it appears that water is probably one of the most important issues here. So I have a question for the board. Have you considered recharging the aquifer using what available water we have from the Colorado River? It's incredibly expensive, but expensive water is better than none at all. That's all I got.
Thank you. Don Martin, then Elise Herron, and then Laura LaFave. I don't know if I said it right.
Good morning, Chairman Angus, board and staff. I'm Don Martin. I live at 2644 Broken Arrow Street in Kingman. I also have a property in Golden Valley. While campaigning through District 4, it is obvious that each community has its own values and quality of life issues. There is no one-size-fits-all in District 4, and Golden Valley definitely has its own identity and character. The Golden Valley people live there because of the valley's rural values and unique character. They do not like high-density housing where neighbors are able to look directly into their neighbor's home. In the Golden Valley Area Plan, it states, guide the individual's property rights, quality of life, and the environment in this rural community. Obtain reasonable development density and open space which will remain non-intrusive of the neighborhood. I have spoken to a lot of residents about this project. By far, the majority said they do not want this development, at least as it is currently being proposed. The main reason I'm hearing the opposition is the number of homes being proposed per acre, but there are other issues too. Private property rights are important to both the developer and the people that will be living around the proposed development. I believe that it is important that a person or company that purchases raw land within Mojave County with the ultimate goal of developing it for either residential or commercial use should understand the customs and community values in the areas they are proposing to purchase and develop. That wasn't done in this case. Otherwise, would you have all these people here? No. It obviously isn't easy for a developer to find land needed to plan a successful development in this, and in this case, the local community has many questions and concerns that haven't been addressed. The vote on this by county planning and zoning was 5-4, if I recall right. That means a lot of those folks too have questions that they felt were not answered in the presentations they were given. Maybe it's time to stand back and reevaluate the project. Give the applicant more time to provide answers for questions to the people who will forever be affected by it. Then this board can make a truly informed decision on whether the project should go forward as proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you. Elise, Heron, Laura LaFavor, Jean Javier.
Thank you, Supervisors. There seems to be a consensus. I'm sorry, Elise Heron, 3060 North Boulder Pass, Kingman, Arizona. I also own property in Golden Valley. There seems to be a very common thread, some missing information. There seems to be a lot of people, especially over here, that probably haven't gotten enough information and they have fears and concerns. The sewage treatment system has been brought up multiple times. I can see where that would be very, very offensive, but the county and the county planners and everyone that the developer is going to have to work with is going to help them find their way through solutions to that. That's a highly, highly regulated part of a development. Only secondary to water. The water's also going to be resolved. It's not like there's going to be all those houses without water. That's not a reality. The hydrology, you don't get to change hydrology. It has to come in where it comes in. It has to go out where it goes out. Those are all issues that are going to be handled by the county staff as the developer. And I think it's interesting we're calling our builder a developer. So our builder has recently done some really nice projects. We've had other developers come into this county and tear up our natural desert and leave after they filed bankruptcy. We are very, very lucky to have a very, very good builder who has done very good developments, has become a developer. And for all intents and purposes, it looks like they're going to do a good job of whatever they bring forward. we should all be very thankful for that, because if this developer doesn't develop this acreage, somebody else will try. And that's scary, because we've already been down that road with a developer who tied up thousands of acres, did everything backwards, didn't have a water company, didn't know what he was doing with his sewage. And I know that our county staff have learned an awful lot from that event. I hope you'll support this builder, because the money that's going to come into Golden Valley might pave a few dozens of miles of roadway. There's a lot of money, there's a lot of tax money to be made by this 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, however many rooftops it is over time. But everybody in Golden Valley wants a grocery store, and they wants their roads paved. And there's...
Excuse me, please.
It is
Be
the
a little
most
courteous.
It is the most common negative when you ask people about the negatives of Golden Valley. They all want paved roads, and they all want a grocery store, and this is the way to get it. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you support
Elise.
it.
Okay. Please, excuse me. Please don't have me ask you to leave. I don't want that. Let's just be courteous to each other. That's all. Laura Lefebvre, Jean Javier, Richard Neil Groover. So is Laura here? No Laura? Okay, I'll put her on this pile. Jean Javier? Jean? Is that you? Okay, come on down. Richard Neil Groover, and then Sean Meisner.
My name is Jane Javier, and I live on 459 South Hannah Road in Golden Valley.
Can you please speak into the microphone, ma'am?
Okay.
And if everyone can just maybe turn their cell phones off, because we're hearing it up here. Okay, thank you.
I am here to ask that the final approval of rezoning issue is delayed. I don't think the totality of the issues involved have been discussed thoroughly to make that decision. Jean Bishop represents Golden Valley, but I have not seen any surveys sent out, paper or electronic, for the will of the Golden Valley residents. The allure of Golden Valley is the space, aka land, that the people desire. Excuse me. 1 acre should be the minimum and the standard for our rural community. People want to have a garden, livestock, trees, whatever. We are a rural community and want to stay that way. Approving 3,000 homes on 1,400 acres at 4 homes per acre is not rural. It is suburban and is not what Golden Valley is about. I oppose the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Richard Groover, Sean Meisner, and then Davy Spurlock.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Neil Groover. I live at 3855 North Bouse, Golden Valley, Golden Valley, Arizona. I moved from California because at one time I lived in a really nice rural area, Valley Center, California. We had dairies, we had chicken farms, and little by little, they come in, and first they was going to put 5,000 homes in. I think it ended up being about 8,000 on a dairy that at one time I went to school with the Skilders, the different people that develop it. And one of the reasons I moved to Golden Valley is I sold out in California and was very fortunate, but what a beautiful little valley Golden Valley is. And I love I happen to have 2.5 acres, but I just like the one lady said, I mean, we love our animals, we love our quail, they even have wild cattle come through. And where I live, I can ride up in so high, and anyway, I just enjoy it. And it's not stopping people from building, it's just going by the rules that we've got that working so well, and not very long ago, a neighbor of ours wanted to turn 5 or 6 acres, which was on North Bouse, into 4 lots, and I was all for it. But to put that many homes in with our roads and even coming into Kingman, I don't know if sometimes down here at 40 and Beale, I look through binoculars to see if it's backed up over Coyote Pass. And so I just, I'm asking to oppose it, and each one of you, I just hope you do, because this is one thing that I just hate to see the quality of Golden Valley go down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. John Meisner, Davy Spurlock, and Jamie Jacobin.
Chairman, Board, Sean Meisner, Kingman, Arizona, District 1 candidate. This can all stop with the impact study requirements by the county. There are no impact study requirements by Mojave County at this time. 100-year water certification should be required as well. Mojave County is being invaded by development. Development is important for growth in our county, but we have to protect our precious resources and people first. Lack of impact study encourages irresponsible development before Biden bucks are gone. Has anyone thought about the Griffith chemical plant? If there's any problems at that plant, it can contaminate the Sacramento aquifer and concerns for the people of Golden Valley. 62 solar projects, gas power plants, dense subdivision, 75,000 homes in White Hills, wind turbines have all been approved without a single impact study. Who protects the people when the state drops the ball? No one. With the addition of impact studies, we can avoid a lot of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Davy Spurlock, Jamie Jacobin, and then Don Pistorino.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am in favor of Angle coming in here, and let me tell you why. I believe that we need growth, and growth is inevitable. It's going to happen, whether we want it to or not. And if it's done correctly, then your infrastructure stuff goes into account. People take the time to do the studies that need to be done. And I think that's very important. Now, I absolutely believe that a lot of these folks, their concerns are absolutely warranted and need to be thought about. But we also need to think about our lack of housing in all of Mojave County. I'm part of the Workforce Development Board here in Kingman, Arizona, Mojave and La Paz County, and I see it all the time. It is talked about all the time. And so this absolutely needs to go forth, but it needs to go forth right. And it needs to be done correctly. Now, I also have seen huge things that Angle does for our community. They help it. They keep our economy growing. They employ thousands of people. And yes, most of those are subcontractors, but those subcontractors feed their families. They feed their homes. They provide, money to the grocery stores, gas, and so on. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Jacobin, Don Pistorino, come on down, and Leonard Weedell, I believe.
Good morning. My name's Jamie Jacobin. I live at 5173 North Stabola Road in Golden Valley, Arizona. I have 3 daughters, 9, 8, and 16 months. Our children are active in the Black Mountain School out in Golden Valley. They participate in various school activities and clubs and have both received awards for their participation in school. As a family, we support all the different school activities from family movie night to literacy night, various drama and choir concerts. We participate in the fundraisers. I've even volunteered in their classes. We are trying to teach our kids to be active assets to their community. It helps that we live in a safe, friendly, and small community like Golden Valley. Our property is our family's safe haven, our own personal paradise, our sanctuary away from the world. We have a fence and a gate, and we teach our girls that God has placed a hedge of protection around our home. We are teaching our children how to raise animals, grow food, appreciate wildlife, and the other gifts that come from God as a result of a rural lifestyle. My husband chose this specific area because it is away from the city. It gave us a place to live that is safe from the influx of cartel and gang members coming across our border and the illegal drugs, weapons, and crimes that are clearly attached to the border crisis. We get to walk out on our front porch and see an array of stars, thanks to the lack of light pollution. We feel safe letting our girls ride their bikes on the dirt road in front of our house and letting them play in the backyard. We know the people who occupy our city, and they always wave when they drive by. Our property is roughly a little over an acre. When I look out from my kitchen window, I can't imagine seeing 6 to 8 houses on our property. That seems absolutely ridiculous to me. The fact that our beautiful view will be obstructed by an estimated 3,000 homes, to think that our children's school, which already has a 30-plus student per class, will be flooded, our roads congested with traffic, our stars flooded with light, and a sewage plant tainting our beautiful desert air. Not to mention any other worries that might come along with an influx of 3,000 affordable homes. It would change the entire dynamic of our beautiful small town. I understand and support the need for growth. I really do. I don't understand why we need to break up the lots any smaller than an acre. Angle Homes could still make a lot of money by breaking up their property into 1 or 2 acre parcels, as is the standard now, without messing up the integrity of our community. And I understand it's easier and a quicker job to just throw a bunch of cookie-cutter homes on a piece of land, collect a paycheck, and set your own family up. But you'd be doing that at the expense of my children, my family, and my community. Acre lots seem like a reasonable solution. You can still build and offer affordable housing without changing the entire dynamic of our small town. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we got Don Pistorino, Leonard Whedon, come on down, and then Jeremy Brown, and then the last speaker who signed up is Heath Morris. So we're winding down here.
Hi, my name is Don Pistorino. I live at 4873 North Teddy Roosevelt Road, which is just down the road from the proposed development. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm just going to read the statement I wrote up. So my husband and I moved to Golden Valley from California in 1988. Since then, we have watched Golden Valley grow, and property values and property taxes increase naturally without any forced development or outside influence. We are completely opposed to Angle Homes and its development for the following reasons. It's inappropriate to the character of the neighborhood. It's unwanted, unnecessary, and opposed. There is a good-sized neighborhood on the north side of Highway 68 bordering this development. It is simply not true that there are just a few houses. It's also not true that views of the mountains will not be blocked. When you drive through Ship Estates on the south side of the highway, the view is definitely obscured by houses. It will put a strain on the water system, water sources, and electrical grid. It will cause increased traffic congestion, increased pollution, increased noise, increased light pollution. It will cause a degradation of the local ecosystem and a detriment to local wildlife. It will be an overpopulation of people. It would create an instant city in the middle of a rural neighborhood. The city-sized lots and houses are way too close together, and you can see that if you just drive through Ship Estates. It will cause possible groundwater depletion, groundwater contamination, and a waste of natural resources. So within the proposed city boundaries of Golden Valley, which we've always heard about in the past, the demographics are as follows. The population is about 7872, a decrease since the 2020 census number of 8161. Golden Valley reached its peak population in 2019. The median household income is $45,427 a year. 22.72% of residents live below the poverty level. The median age is 62. Families with children comprise 12% of the population. Most of the people moving in along Teddy Roosevelt Road are retired people on fixed incomes. The unemployment rate is 7.2%, and the education level is mostly high school graduates. The median home price is $105,400. The average rent is $1,401 a month. The total appreciation of real estate was 2.92% in the last quarter of 2023. Real estate appreciation has been slowing down over the last decade. All this information was gotten on reputable sites on the internet. So according to the Engel Homes website, their new homes sell from $242,000 to $360,000. According to Rocket Mortgage, a $300,000 mortgage with a $60,000 down payment at a 30-year fixed interest rate of 7.875% would cost $1,741 a month. Since this is clearly out of the range of most people living in the area, it is safe to say that Engel Homes is not building this subdivision for people in Golden Valley.
Ma'am, thank you very much.
Okay, and also the water is a huge issue.
Thank you. Mr. Weedell, Jeremy Brown, James Barber, and Heath Morris.
My name's Leonard Weedell. I don't live 300 feet from the subdivision. I live 30 feet from it. This is going to destroy my view of everything I can see in the valley. Besides that, there's one, we talk a lot about environment. We have a lot of animals and critters that we have protected. I think there's just one animal that we haven't learned to protect their environment, and that's us humans. I'm opposed to this with every bone in my body, and I hope you guys will live up to your obligation to vote this down. So don't be a rhino, a representative in name only. Vote what you heard here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, Jeremy Brown, James Barber up next.
Jeremy Brown, 6214 South Vineyard Avenue, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Madam Chair, board members, I did not come here for this agenda item. I actually kind of honestly sighed when you said you were moving this up. I'm here for another one. But I feel like I may have some relevant value to add. I was born and raised in small town, South Dakota, town of about 1,200 people. My wife grew up in Arizona, born and raised. My in-laws, Arizona, born and raised. And we are currently considering relocating our 3 businesses and our 5 sons to another part of the country. And I don't know if it will be Golden Valley. It's certainly on the list, but it fits the paradigm and the culture we are looking to move into. So that's why I felt kind of compelled, even though I didn't have anything planned to say here. So we are, my wife and our 5 sons, we homeschool. We are as family-centric as it gets. We've reallocated our energy and time around our ability to homeschool our kids. We're America First family. We're a Christian family. And we are very intentionally raising our boys, and hopefully, Lord willing, we will have more. Hopefully, we'll have 5 daughters. When we're done having kids, we're going to start fostering, we're going to start adopting. That's just what we do. Everything else is a side hustle for us. We raise our sons to understand what it means, to understand it as a biblical mandate, and learn how to be a good neighbor. And that is what draws us to this kind of a community. I see Golden Valley, I see Kingman. I'm sending my wife, videos even this morning. It's a cool area, and I can appreciate people. What's amazing that I'm seeing is the level of organization and people rallying without government oversight. Without it speaks to leadership, and it speaks to the culture of Golden Valley. I also see at the same time. I grew up, it's called D. Smith, South Dakota. You can look it up. There's other little towns within a 30-mile radius. I observed from afar, after I left from high school 20 years ago, that community strategically, with leadership from the community, move that community forward, walking the tightrope, the very difficult tightrope of honoring all the generations and needs of that community. Every generation that's present in this room needs the generations that have gone before. They need the generations that are yet to come. We are all wildly interdependent on each other. And so I watched that happen in my little community. It's thriving now. Other communities did not do that. And the classmates don't go back. They don't invest going back. I go back to my little town. We invest back in my little town. So I speak to, I can see both sides of the table here, but I'm in favor of this. And I can appreciate what everybody is saying here, and I can appreciate the entrepreneurial side too of developing this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. James Barber and then Heath Morris.
James Barber, 1800 Vista Drive, Mojave Valley, Arizona. Just like the gentleman before me, I decided to speak on this at the last minute. Now, I moved to Mojave Valley in 2000 from Los Angeles, and I lived on a numbered street in the ghetto. And I moved here for a reason. And I had an opportunity. The airport bought my home, and I received a windfall, and I could have moved to Summerlin, Las Vegas. Didn't want to move there because it was I was going to live on a postage stamp with my neighbor 12 feet away from me. My question is positive growth. Positive growth requires infrastructure to be in place first, or a plan for the infrastructure. Now, if you go down my street, to the left and the right of my street, Caladel Media, I have dirt roads. The county comes in and they chip seal my roads about every 2 years. No big deal. I've gotten used to it. We're talking about, when we talk about affordable housing, well, if you let the government decide on affordable housing, you're going to get apartment buildings. And I'm going to tell you now, my son lives up in Henderson, and right around the corner from his house is an apartment building. My son's car was broken into a little while ago. Now, when you talk about affordable housing, $250,000 home requires a job. The household to make $80,000 a year. That's a minimum requirement. If you go to a bank with your 20% deposit, that's what they're going to ask you to have. Now, my question is, where are the $80,000 jobs in this county? The board members right now do not make $80,000. So we're talking about jobs in affordable housing? No. It seems like this seems like it's going to siphon money out of the county, give us some tax breaks, but we're going to bring in people who may not believe like we do. And as you see the signs and the billboards, it says, "Don't California my Arizona." And that's what I don't want to have happen.
Thank you. All right, last. We got one more speaker signed up, Heath Morris. Heath?
I hadn't planned on talking today.
Can I have your name and your address, please?
Heath Morris, 3685 Horse Mesa Road. I hadn't planned on speaking today. I don't like public speaking. I came from Flagstaff. The motto there was, "Don't Phoenix flag." Unfortunately, they phoenixed flag. High impact housing. They started building more and more and more. We left. I get to celebrate my 1-year anniversary here in Golden Valley in 4 days. I came from a trailer park. For 20 years, I lived with a neighbor 6 feet up my butt. Could not do anything. Hated it. But I lived there, so I couldn't afford anything else. I got a wonderful opportunity to move out here. Job opened up at the state where I work as a mechanic. My mother-in-law came into some money and was able to give us a down payment. Other than that, we couldn't afford to move out here. We picked our place because there was no neighbors. There's neighbors behind me, but there's no one literally behind me. I have a half an acre between my house and my neighbor's property. I enjoy the quiet. I enjoy the peace. I understand places need to grow. I understand that we need infrastructure. I understand we need people coming in to keep the growth and to get more and more stuff. I miss stuff and Flagstaff all the time. But to cram as many people into a small area, I just don't see why. I understand why. You know, my trailer park, we had 90 people in probably 5 acres, maybe 6 at the most. And it was horrible. Traffic was bad. Getting help was bad. I've seen houses burned down, and the fire department's not even 10 minutes away. I've seen houses burned down. Since I've been here, I've seen houses burned down. It takes forever for anybody to get out there. So if you move forward with this plan, you need to wait. You need to get the infrastructure there. You need fire department, police, better understanding of what your constituents want from a growth. You know, keep it as rural as you can. 3/4, 1 acre lots. That's still plenty of people for someone to make some money off of. And like everybody points out, there is plenty of land out there. Angle Homes could buy a little bit more and still make some money and keep it at acreage. You know, keep everyone down to an acre. That's all I've got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. There were 3 people I called and who weren't here at the time. Let's see if they're here now. Diane Jamison. You here, Diane? Okay. Diana Barnes. Diana Barnes. And Laura LaFave. LaFave? No? Okay. Before I close, I want to ask if there's anyone who has anything to say that hasn't been said already. Okay, come on down. Please give us your name and your address.
Diana Francis, and I'm in Golden Shores, and I did want to speak about my own issue, but something about this caused me to speak up now. With all these fancy, expensive homes, what's going to happen to the people that are already in Golden Valley when the new people come in and they want planning and zoning, get rid of that pig or get rid of that horse? They've got something else bigger coming down the road. And I'd just like to draw that to your attention as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Now, we're going to take a little break. Okay, I need a little break. And then when we come back, we're going to hear from the applicant, we're going to talk about it, and then I assume we're going to vote. I also want to tell you about the rest of the day, so maybe you guys can do your planning accordingly. We have several public hearings on our agenda that must be heard today. They were noticed, they must be heard. So after we are done with this agenda item, we're going to finish the public hearings, and then we're going to do the consent agenda. And then before, we will do the call to public if we have time, but we do have some things on the regular agenda. We just want to finish this meeting up before the end of the day. Okay, so with that in mind, make your plans accordingly, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. can I get the microphone on? All right. Okay, listen, there's been a request from the board to break for lunch. So it is 11:45 now. How it is 12:15 or 12:30? Which is better for you, Supervisor Johnson? 12:30. 12:30, we'll be back.
Let Liz do her job. Hopefully she does a good job. And so she'll do a good job. It's a notional job. But she's going to be representing us beyond this. Okay, she's going to be a representative. Convention, Is she going to represent us beyond? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Hello, if we can have everybody take their seats so we can continue. All right, just an announcement. So again, because we don't know how long this agenda item is going to be, we have other business to take care of, other public hearings and stuff on the consent, but we will be having the call to public at the end. So if anybody wants to stick around, I just don't know what time to tell you. This is the first time this has happened, so I'm kind of flying blind here, but we will have it, and we will have it again at the beginning of the meeting in 2 weeks, if you'd rather come back at that time. Because again, the things on the call to public are stuff that are not on the agenda. We must do the business of the county first. Okay. Hello? I'm going to call this meeting back to order. So right now, we're come up for this Golden Valley rezone item. And I believe I heard you have a presentation. I'm going to allot 10 minutes. I think it might be a little longer, but maybe you can kind of speed through it a little.
Thank you, Chairman and Supervisors, and we'll try to...
Yeah, please speak into the microphone. And again, please keep your comments down to yourself. Again, I want everyone to be here and hear all the information that's given. So let's please show some courtesy to each other. Thank you.
Okay. So a unique part of our rezone request is the general plan already does match it exactly, and that's how we structured our rezone request, is to exactly match what the general plan says. The general plan does speak extensively about the need for housing in Mojave County, speaks specifically about Golden Valley being an area where urban density development is needed in some of Golden Valley. And this is the place that the general plan shows. We have a few quotes from the general plan. It says, in addition to defining the county's view of its future, the general plan describes actions to take to achieve the desired future. It says one of the visions is to promote adequate housing, which reduces the number of homeowners and renters, which are cost burdened. The general plan provides locations for various types of densities of residential development in order to create opportunities for varied housing types while retaining the desired character of each community. Says the higher densities are planned in urban communities where public facilities and services will be able to meet the needs of a larger population. For the most part, the general plan maintains or increases the residential densities that exist today. And then goal 37 is to provide higher density housing to meet the needs of Mojave County residents. So this map on the left is the area plan of the general plan, the area map, and then our map on the right exactly matches the different designations of the low, mid, and commercial areas. This is a zoomed out view. At the bottom, you can see the highway there, and then Agua Fria and Zuni as you go north. There's some other developments already in Golden Valley that are higher than 1 density there, so this highlights those. The green one at the very bottom is Ship Estates that's been mentioned, that we've built homes in over the last couple of years. Mojave County funded housing needs assessment last year and had some key findings on there. Said that the population in the county was forecasted to grow at a pretty aggressive rate. The county and cities want to explore upzoning some residential lands to allow more middle and high density residential developments. This is a page from the assessment. They're projecting that within the county, unincorporated county alone, that 23,000 new housing units are needed over the next 20 years to accommodate the growth that they are projecting is going to be needed. We do want to address affordable housing. Medium income in the county's $55,000. That person, if they're purchase ready and have a sufficient credit score, can afford a home between $210,000 and $247,000, and that's a segment that we plan to serve with this community. We've already built many homes in that price range in Golden Valley. One of the surprising factors we had that we weren't expecting is that many of the buyers, maybe 40% of the homes that we've built in Golden Valley so far, were actually from Bullhead and work in Bullhead. On the medium density, which would be smaller units such as townhomes or duplexes, we target to get those around a starting price of $200,000. To address infrastructure, that's been hit on a lot, and we love infrastructure. That's what we want to do. Me and my companies have put more infrastructure in the county than anyone else over the last 10 years. More new roads, more sewer lines, more water, more electrical, and that's what we want to do. The roadways, as part of the next steps, if we get there, the preliminary plat phase, we would be required to do traffic impact analysis for each submittal. That requires hiring licensed traffic engineers. They study the road's current capacities, what burden we put on the roads, what new roads are needed, if we need to enlarge roads, and we're ready and willing to do any infrastructure and any roadway improvements or add roads that may be needed as part of the project. To address water availability, beginning of last month, the Board of Supervisors approved the resolution memorializing the understood and approved acre feet of water. So there's an additional 950 acre feet than what GVID and the county staff had understood in the past, which means more infrastructure can be put in and more connections can be added. So again, we're ready and willing to do that. We want to support GVID and follow their policies and help upgrade the system, put in whatever is needed to serve additional connections. The sewer system, again, upon the zoning, we would get that designed, a modern sewer plant. It's very highly regulated with ADEQ. Every month you have to submit testing reports from the sewer system to ADEQ. I'm actually the manager of a sewer system within the county at Desert Fountain, north of Kingman, and they come out to the site once a year. They email if anything's off on your levels, and the application approval process is also very lengthy with the sewer systems there. flood control. So the county, again, has statutory regulations and calculations of how much water needs to be retained per acre of development, depending on how high the density is of that. And again, we're very used to doing this. We've done it all over the Kingman Valley and over the last several years. So we don't want to cause any flooding downstream and want to make sure that any increase in water is definitely offset or more than offset by any retention. An example of some of the neighborhoods of the products here, again, we're not new to the area. We've actually built 1,000 homes in the last 4 years alone and are used to doing this. We want nice looking subdivisions. They'd be landscaped, there'd be block walls around all the outside. There's weed control. We keep the neighborhoods nice, try to make a good product. There'd be park space dedicated. Small parks to be done, perhaps some dog parks, and then there's some bigger parcels where we would hope to partner with the county to do a regional park in the area that the county's involved in and would manage that could have some bigger facilities as well. Again, we're committed to being local. We participate in a lot of the local charities, schools, downtown Kingman. We've donated a lot of money to try to rehabbing down there some of the buildings and want to be here for the long haul. I grew up in Kingman, actually, went to Kingman High School and second generation here in the company. Want to touch on some of the taxes here. I like dollars. I'm actually a CPA as well. So right now, what we are paying for all of the land would be about $11,000 per year for these categories in property taxes. If we can get to full build out of this, you can see on the right column what each of those entities are estimated to be receiving on an annual basis. So you can see how the fire department, the school district, the flood, college, and the county would all be a big benefit. So even though it would increase, let's say, road maintenance, if we pave some new roads, there's some offset to that, of course, with the property values and the property taxes that it creates. Wanted to touch on a couple other things. People brought up some of the animals and assessments and studies in the area. We reached out to Game and Fish. They sent over their suggested procedures for doing ground surveys before you break ground. They want you to go and look and see if there's any desert tortoises or ground burrowing owls and what to do with those. We've already done a preliminary survey on that and didn't find any in that survey. A big thing to touch on is this isn't going to be like overnight. It would be very gradual. It would probably take 3, maybe 4 years of just engineering and getting approvals to get everything in order to start breaking ground. And then after that, it may be start at 30 homes a year or 50 homes a year, and it could take us 30 years to build out this subdivision. It's not going to be thousands and thousands of homes and in a couple of years and shock the system, so to speak. It would be a gradual progression out there. All right, that's what I have for my presentation. Thanks.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none? Well, thank you very much. How about staff? Do you have anyone from Development Services, Planning and Zoning?
Holtree is here and available.
Oh, okay, yeah. Hi, Scott. Hi. Okay, so why don't you kind of tell us from your perspective, from your department's perspective, how this went down and how it's going to proceed, time-wise too.
Yeah. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. Just to touch on a few things. First of all, the area plan or the general plan that was mentioned. Like mentioned before, in 2006, the Golden Valley area plan was amended to include this Dorado plan that was presented in 2006. In that meeting, I believe, just looking at the records, there was probably does indicate that there was probably over 400 in attendance at the first public meeting that they had. And then at the second meeting, it mentions there was 3 people in attendance. It did get approved. The condition 9 that was mentioned before, which states that it needs to show significant progress by the decennial update of the general plan. That would have been the 2015 general plan update. Since that time, there was a 2010 general plan update and the 2015 general plan update. Both of those meetings, or both of those plan updates, did have meetings in Golden Valley and were adopted by the board in 2010 and 2015. Looking at the resolution, because this was an amendment to the Golden Valley area plan, it did all the conditions applied to the entirety of the area plan. So the condition 9 would also apply that a single village or unit would have to be developed to show significant progress, which did happen in the Golden Valley area plan itself since that time, since 2006. Mojave Development Services staff also looked at all of the area plans and general plans in 2022. We wanted to combine the area plans with the general plan. We looked at all the area plans and whether or not they were still needed, and there were several of them that did get removed because of insufficient progress. We did look at this one specifically, and because of the conditions of the area plan, not just specific for the Dorado portion of the area plan, we felt like we could not remove or reduce in size because of that condition. With that, the Angle Homes applicant did apply for the rezone. It does match exactly what the general plan is proposing, and staff is recommending approval based on that. When you're looking at the concerns for infrastructure, wastewater treatment facilities, water, like mentioned before, that is handled on at the subdivision plat review process. So each subdivision that comes in, we're going to look specifically at the road infrastructure to and from the site, so not just within the development itself. We'll be looking at the road improvements that are needed to and from Highway 68 as well. Wastewater treatment facilities do have to go through a lengthy process. Right now, our 208 plan was mentioned. The 208 does not list this area for a wastewater treatment facility, so that plan would have to be amended. That goes through an amendment process with Mojave County. That goes to the Arizona Department of Water Quality as well, or ADEQ. With that, they can amend that 208 plan and then ultimately apply for a wastewater treatment facility, still needing approvals and permissions through ADEQ. As far as the timeline, I believe the applicant mentioned that it's not 3,000 homes that are coming all in at once. It's not going to be a shock to the system. We do see the subdivision plats on a regular basis, but they do take a few years in themselves just to get a subdivision approved. So the process is not going to be 30,000 or 3,000 homes all overnight, but a process. With that, I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Okay, any questions?
Sure, I have a number of questions, as everybody in the audience does. So this does fit the current general plan, and it's governed by planning and zoning regulations that are pretty strict. Is that?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, that's correct. It does fit what the general plan currently is adopted for.
And then I've heard a lot about our residents are concerned about flooding issues because Golden Valley has so many finger washes coming down from the mountains. So can you explain how this subdivision will alleviate those concerns of the residents, you know, with roads and sidewalks, how that might affect the downstream people that have homes already in existence?
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, through the subdivision process, it does go through a deep review with our flood control department, which also requires a drainage study. With that, every disturbed portion of the subdivision has to be accounted for as far as stormwater retention. You cannot allow water to exit anywhere from the site at greater volumes than what it currently is exiting. So any new infrastructure, as far as sidewalks, roads, housetops, those would have to be accounted for in that stormwater retention and retained on site.
So these stormwater retentions would that help replenish the aquifer, or that stormwater might filtrate down back into the aquifer?
Supervisor Bishop, my understanding is just a retention basin by itself does not necessarily recharge the aquifer. You would need to put a dry well in one of those, which can be done to be able to actually get down to where the aquifer is.
Okay, and then some of the residents are concerned with dust in the construction area. Will they be required to water down the construction areas during the building phase?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, as far as Mojave County development standards, we do not get into air quality as far as dust control, but that is alleviated or brought up to the state level. So with ADEQ, if there is any dust issues, we do notify ADEQ. And they have been known to come out on site to see the concerns and what mitigations might need to be taken place.
Okay, and then they are required to pave the roads within the subdivision, and I'm assuming that will help with dust in the area as well.
That is correct, yes.
Let me see. There's been a lot. Probably the two main concerns that I hear from the majority of the residents who are opposed to this is the sewer treatment plan that currently exists for Ship Estates has not been maintained according to some people's experience, or there's smells coming out at various times of the day and night. And I know that you've sent inspectors out there various times of the day and night for months and months. So can you go into that a little bit?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, yes, we have received those complaints. We have sent our inspectors not only during the day, but in the evening times when they're claiming that the smell is the strongest. And it is a wastewater treatment facility, so there are going to be some smells. From our reports, I believe the inspectors reported back that it wasn't anything significant. From when they did go and visit, and we do have a log we can share with you on the times that they did go visit that site. But they did look into all of the current requirements that they're being held to, that they're up to date with the Arizona Department of Water Quality, or ADEQ, environmental quality, and the system itself is currently meeting all of the regulations that are required.
Okay, have there been any valid complaints to ADEQ in regards to this particular waste treatment plant?
Madam,
that you're aware of, anyway?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, that's not something that I am aware of. We did have earlier our environmental quality manager here, and he would know that information, but he had to return before the break, but I'm not sure if Nick knows.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hahn.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, we sent out staff to observe the smell, the complaints, and if I may put up, this is the log that we, that's the smell. What we have done, we have not notified ADEQ, but we reached out to the operator, and so we found out that they could eliminate that smell. It would be an additional about $30,000 investment. Right now, they, as you can see on the log, there is some minor, mainly in the evening hours, but pretty minor smell. But they could make an improvement on that. That's that's about $30,000. That's what we could find out. However, as Scott mentioned, the county does not have the enforcement power for that. That would be, we're doing a courtesy to and we will report it to ADEQ, and then they have the power to inspect and enforce anything, and maybe make the operator to make an improvement that would totally eliminate the smell.
Okay, so the residents that find this offensive need to be complaining to ADEQ.
Right. So we doing a service, just taking the complaints and going out of our way to observe, but we're doing the same thing as every other citizen. We're reporting back to ADEQ. They have the enforcement power. The county doesn't have that power.
So these sewer treatment plants are not unusual around the state of Arizona? I mean, other communities do similar things?
Yes, they are all over, and they're not supposed to smell. So it could be a maintenance issue. Again, this is a very minor smell, but it could be fixed. But again, I can't speak for the operator.
Okay, and do we have any indication that this new subdivision will be using a similar type of sewer plant? Never mind. That's not something that you would know.
I think Scott alluded there's going to be a lot more submittals and subdivision, plans and approvals. When that comes, it can be made a condition. Yes.
Okay, we all received a copy of an email that Cullen Patillo, who used to work for the county, and that was his specialty. Right. He went into great detail about the contamination of nitrates into the soil and leaching into the aquifer. If this subdivision were larger lots that allowed a septic tank on each one of the lots, would that be more of a problem than the sewer treatment plant for the water quality?
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, Colin Patillo, he's an expert in that. He was our previous manager of environmental quality. He's an environmental engineer. And what he stated, that this subdivision, the 1 acre parcels, they could have septic disposal. But that will come at a later time in the development process. And the way we understand from the developer right now that they plan to put in a sewage treatment plant. So that would help the quality of the water, because the septic nitrate loading, and that's what Colin Patillo explained, is getting critical. And so if putting more septic tanks, that would it could degrade the water quality to a certain extent.
Kind of the same problem we had in
the same area. If they put in a sewage treatment plant, that would take care of the water quality issue. Yes.
Right. And that's one of the issues we have with the North Kingman subdivision that was put in before we had any rules and regulations with the contamination with the nitrates and everything. And one of the reasons why the county has put so much money into extending the city's sewer line into the Butler area to try to get some of those homes off from septic tanks. Okay, I wanted to ask a few questions about water availability. So we're hearing a lot of complaints about not having enough water to supplement that many homes. And I was kind of wondering how GBID customers would benefit from having this community built out as proposed. Is that going to allow all of the residents within GBID to potentially get water to their faucets as a benefit of this development?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, I'm not sure if Director Letowski is on the line, but I think he would be probably better suited to be able to answer that question in regards to the GVID.
Okay. Director Letowski, are you on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop.
Could you go into the GVID and how this subdivision would benefit or not all of the customers in GVID? How does all that work?
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop. Currently, GVID has a base groundwater designation of 1,400 acre feet, and that translates to 6,200 service connections at 200 gallons per day per residential unit. Residential connection. However, ADWR has recently determined that the district does have 950 acre feet per year for projected demands. That's new development that may come online in the district. If we were to apply 200 gallons per day, the typical residential service use as per the GVID policy and procedure, that would translate to approximately 4,200 allocations. GVID policy is quite clear and quite succinct in making clear that any future development, it would be the onus on the developer and their technical team, their engineering team, to demonstrate whether the proposed use, or if it's a use over phases, would be adequate as per the supply of groundwater that has been made available by ADWR through its groundwater designation to the district. So I'm really speaking of that 950 acre feet per year. So there's two things to consider. There's groundwater supply, which is determined by ADWR through their designations. But then there's the actual physical production, getting it out of the ground. GBID has just over 400 water allocations remaining to sell. Those are allocations that are aligned, primarily with the district's original allocation, and the monies by which would be recovered by selling those allocations would be used to invest into physical production, meaning drilling of new wells, tanks, etc., through the sale of those allocations. But on a larger scale with regard to new development, this is where that section 2.3 of the policy and procedure really comes in, and where the developer would have to prove that the development is within the ADWR groundwater designation, but then also determine the level of production and the level of storage and the level of transmission lines that will be necessary to serve that particular development. So in a nutshell, to answer your question, any new substantial development that would come online, that development, much like assessing and performing any other civil infrastructure improvements, would have to assess what water infrastructure improvements within the district would be necessary to properly serve their development. And because these properties are within the Golden Valley Improvement District boundaries, ultimately it would be the developer's responsibility, as per that section 2.3, to bear the cost of constructing those new water well production, storage, and transmission lines, and then ultimately turn those over to the district to operate and maintain.
Okay. So it sounds like eventually this could bring water to every parcel in GVID, possibly, which is a good thing. As far as the roads, Mr. Lakowski, when this development begins seeing increased population in the valley, do you do a road count to determine if road improvements need to be made as far as widening the roads or paving the roads, and are those kind of studies routinely done when the population increases?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, with regard to any new development, substantial development, whether residential or commercial, the Mojave County adopted traffic impact analysis standards apply. The developer would be charged with hiring a professional engineer to prepare a traffic impact analysis, which would then be reviewed by staff for sufficiency in what road improvements would be necessary. So by and large, we see this with any subdivision. The actual subdivision streets themselves are usually laid out to function just fine. And what we look for in the traffic impact analysis is the traffic operations that will be as a result of the full build out of the development or each individual phase, and what impact capacity wise that development's traffic has on those major arterial roads that are servicing that development. And it is a rather rigorous process and engineering analysis. Public Works is quite well positioned to review those studies. We also look at any impact that heavy trucks may have with regard to any necessary pavement improvements, but that usually doesn't apply to subdivisions. But we will utilize that traffic impact analysis standards so that the developer provides the requisite engineering analysis for the county to properly review and make the engineering-based decisions that are necessary to define those traffic improvements.
Okay. That pretty much answers my questions for you, Mr. Lakowski. Thank you very much. Mr. Holtree, will this, the general plan amendment for Golden Valley, that's going to be looked at again next year, is that correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, we're currently in the process of updating the general plan. I believe the end of this month is our first meeting in Beaver Dam and Littlefield area. I don't know the schedule exactly when we're meeting in Golden Valley, but it will be this year. We do have a meeting set, and we will meet with those individuals this year to go over the plan, what it currently is, maybe some suggested changes, but then also listen to the constituents exactly what they're looking for in that area as well.
And if this doesn't pass today and it goes to the hearings for the new general plan amendments, then the Golden Valley people have a say as to what will happen with their vicinity in the future, whether this passes or doesn't pass. Correct?
Yeah, Supervisor Bishop, yeah, they'll have a say regardless of what happens today. The meeting that we'll be having in the next several months here with the public for the current general plan update, we're not looking to get the plan updated and approved by the board up until, I think it's the 1st of 2025 is when it's looking to get updated and approved by the board. So any changes that they propose in the meeting that we meet with them, it's not going to be heard until the beginning of the year in December for the final approval.
Okay, so if this rezone gets approved and this development continues along the path of first step of a very long process, any future developments that might come in front of the board would then be governed by the new amendment to the Golden Valley plan. So if the residents wanted to stop any further development, they could participate in those proceedings and limit the growth how they would like to see their area develop. Is that correct?
Supervisor Bishop, so yeah, during the meeting that we'll hold with the constituents in Golden Valley, that's their opportunity to be able to tell us exactly what they want for the area. And then we're going to sit down with our subcommittee with the P&Z and go over a lot of those changes and then present them to the board in the final update. But yeah, that's their opportunity to be able to say, okay, we don't want to see more growth in this area, or we do want to see more growth in this area, or we want to see more commercial along the 68 and not other places. So that's their opportunity to be able to express those concerns and wants and needs with us at that time.
Okay, the participation in such an amendment, how do you make sure that all of the people are represented rather than just a vocal group that might come to the actual meetings? Are there mailers that go out to all the residents, or how do they know about this?
Supervisor Bishop, we do not send mailers out. That would be quite a few mailers to the entire Mojave County, but we try everything possible. We are currently setting up a website on our current website, a web page that will allow any constituent to comment on their area. We'll have some maps up on there. We'll have a presentation for the public to look at. But anybody can come and comment on that. We're going to have we're going to post some public hearing or public notices. When you first enter the website, you'll see when the meeting dates are, as well as there will be a proposed public notice continually on there showing where you can go to make any comments for the general plan. As far as the specific meeting in the Golden Valley area, we are going to be putting it in the newspaper online, and we're hopefully going to send out a publication with our public relation director, make sure that everybody is aware of the meetings, when and how they can attend and how they can comment in those meetings.
Okay, that's all the questions that I have, Scott.
Okay, Supervisor Leinfelter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Scott. I'd like to delve a little bit more into, my first question is, can you explain the differences between an area plan and a general plan?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Leinfelter, absolutely. Within the general plan, we do have a section that allows for area plans. And back in the early 2000s, when growth was quite intense in the county, several area plans kind of popped up. And so one of them was Golden Valley. We have the Long Mountain area plan that's north of Kingman. We have the Littlefield area plan up north. And then there was a lot of just development area plans as well. Pravada became their own area plan that's south of Golden Valley. The difference between the general plan and the area plan is essentially you would be able to create your own comprehensive plan for your area. And I believe at that time, when an area plan was created, we haven't created an area plan in quite some time now, but at that time when they created those area plans, they held public meetings. They met with everybody in that area to develop these plans for that area. Specifically for this Dorado portion of the Golden Valley area, they had public meetings. They presented an entire plan that has their own goals and policies for that area. Specifically, the Dorado plan was an amendment to that Golden Valley area plan to make it essentially an addition to the Golden Valley area plan, but then was adopted with that Golden Valley area plan. Hopefully that
So to summarize what you basically said, a general plan basically models out the best possible way that it can. Here's what Mojave County thinks we're going to see within the next decade, because we're required to do a general plan update every decade, correct?
Right.
Here's what we think we're going to see with commercial, industrial, residential, all of it. And underneath that general plan, there's a number of elements that you have to look at. Does an area plan, which is incorporated into the larger general plan, does that area plan look at the same elements? I mean, for instance, you know what I'm talking about. If you look at our Mojave County general plan, you flip it through, it's divided into elements: water resources element, different types of elements, growth element. does an area plan have the same elements, but more on a more specific scale is what I'm asking.
Supervisor Lingenfelter, you're exactly correct. The area plan tries to look at each area on their specific needs according to the resources. Not the whole county is different, and so to apply one general plan to a specific area or to the entire area might not work, but by creating an individual area plan for each site or each portion of the county, you're able to specify it for the needs of that area. At the time that we had, prior to 2022, we had the general plan and the area plans were essentially their own plan. And that's the default regulations were into that area plan. But it made it a little bit confusing as far as state statutes are concerned to have the general plan and two comprehensive plans essentially. And I think the intent from the beginning is that you would have your general plan and then specific areas within your general plan. And that's what we did in 2022 is merged all those together. So it is part of the general plan, but it gets more specific for each of the areas within the county.
So within our current general plan, there are no existing area plans, no longer. There's no longer any area plans existing within the general plan. Is that what you're saying?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lingenfelter, we still consider them area plans within the general plan. It's just not its own separate document. It's combined into the same plan.
And again, the purpose of an area plan is to give the citizens in that specific area a more nuanced input.
Correct.
Rather than just the broad brush of a general plan.
Correct.
That's countywide, right?
Yes.
I'm still a little concerned, or not concerned, but I don't know if I fully understand the Dorado area plan amendment and the number 9 where it says a village needs to be created or it reverts back to prior zoning or prior density. What was your definition of village again? It wouldn't just be within that Dorado section. You're saying that definition of village is not just applicable to that Dorado section, but it's the whole Golden Valley area. How do you define village?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lingenfelter, when we looked at this resolution, back when we were looking at all of the area plans, general plans, we were looking to see where we could reduce some of these big plans that were out there that never came about. And when we looked at this one, because it is an amendment to that Golden Valley area plan, and the language within the document refers back to that area plan, and even the condition itself, it says if the area plan has not been developed sufficiently with a village or a unit, then we wouldn't be able to, then that would count as significant progress. A village to us would be a subdivision within that area plan. And so in this instance, the area plan is not just Dorado, but it is also the entirety of Golden Valley area plan.
Good. Well, I want to just thank everybody on both sides of this issue. I've really enjoyed listening to everybody's input. And I think that's what we're all here to do. I think, I hear valid points on both sides. We do need more affordable housing. There's more than one housing product to get there. I mean, apartments being one of those things. I listened to the fire response times issue. There's just a lot of different things. I still have concerns, or I wonder how a bunch more additional traffic that pours onto 68, how they'll navigate those dividers. I have questions about that. I know that has nothing to do with zoning, but it all leads me back to this question, and not to fully deny the development, because I think growth is going to happen. It just needs to be managed. And I think on this side, all the yellow shirts, they said we're not against growth. It's just how does it happen and how's it phased and how big is it? But I'm wondering to you, Scott, with you just starting all these meetings for the updated Mojave County general plan, and that there's going to be meetings in Golden Valley. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity maybe for the applicant and the current residents to work together to incorporate all of this stuff. I know we don't call them Golden Valley area plans anymore, or maybe we do, but as a part of that overall comprehensive Mojave County general planning process, which is going to come, it sounds like, to the board maybe in January or February, which is that what you said? You said,
Madam
missing
Chair,
something?
No, Madam Chair, Supervisor Lingenfeld, if I could rely on Laura, she knows our schedule very well.
Oh,
I
Laura.
apologize. So in June, that we are going to have community meetings in Lake Havasu City, Topeka, and Golden Valley. And then what will happen is for the rest of the year, we have it mapped out. August will be Meadview and Yucca, and then September will be Kingman, Wickiup. October is Bullhead City, Fort Mojave. And then there's time to take all that information and put it into a format and to present a draft general plan. The general plan for state statute requires a 60-day review process that will begin on January 2nd of 25. And then after that 60-day notice, it can go before the Board of Supervisors. Unless there's any changes, it would be approved in April. If not, we're targeting that it would be completed by May 5th of 2025, the process.
Thank you. So I guess I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for maybe some additional collaboration with all of the folks in this room, and would that affect the timing of residential development? A little bit, it would, but everybody that is familiar with the development process knows it's not a linear thing. It's kind of like part Monopoly and part Clue and part Battleship, and you just kind of go through it how you get through it. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for maybe that to happen and to really sort of flush out the fire service and a lot of the other things with the folks that are in this room, and just incorporate it into the next general plan document that's going to serve our county for the next 10 years. It's difficult for me because I do believe in private property rights. We have to balance property rights of the people that are there and property right of a developer that wants to bring significant development, which is going to bring significant new traffic and all of it. So I guess that's kind of what I would hope to happen. I'm a little hesitant to vote yes on this rezoning today and just say figure it all out. I think that it's sort of a rare opportunity maybe for the rest of this year to collaborate and say this is what's appropriate for this area of the county, and just incorporate it into the revised larger document. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Holtree, run me through the Dorado Area Plan Amendment, how you are looking at that.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gould, yes. So in 2006, they came before the commission and the board for a Dorado area plan or an amendment to the Golden Valley area plan.
That's not what the document says. The document says Dorado Area Plan Amendment.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gould, so the document that I have is the 2006 657A, which is the resolution that adopted the plan for the Dorado area. And this one says it's a resolution setting forth major amendment of the Golden Valley area plan and a major amendment to the Mojave County general plan for Dorado.
Okay. So, and that had essentially gave them higher housing densities. So R1 housing densities. And then it said that if no development occurred by the next general plan review, that was then removed.
So the condition states, and number 9, development of the area plan, which is the Golden Valley Area Plan, shall show sufficient progress by the next decennial update of the general plan, which would have been the 2015 general plan update. Significant progress is the development of a single village or unit. Without such progress, the area plan will be recommended for reduction in scope or rescission. I wasn't here in 2015 when they did the general plan update and held the meetings in Golden Valley at that time, and went through the process, but ultimately the general plan that was adopted still continued to have the Dorado portion.
Because staff didn't remove that amendment, as the amendment requires.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gould, I wasn't here for those discussions.
I'm not blaming you for it, but here we are today, and we have to interpret it today.
And if I were interpreting it at that time, I would have interpreted it with the language that it was the condition applied to the entirety of the area plan.
But that's not how we normally do it. When we put those kind of conditions on development, it's for that particular development. And people have to come back and ask for an extension to that. We don't normally say, you can build this commercial project and we're going to take that back in 2 years unless somebody builds another commercial building 2 doors down.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gould, I would agree. I would agree that the intent that they had when they put that condition on there was just for the Dorado portion, but the language that they put on there didn't match it. And from my understanding, you have to follow exactly what the language states.
But then we wrapped it into the county general plan in 22. I think this needs to be a general plan amendment. I don't think that's the intent. That was the intent of the people that worked on that document. I worked on the Dutch flat plan back in 98, I believe. So I know what the intent was of that vaguely, but I don't think that makes it's illogical. So essentially so if somebody builds a village of 2 homes, then that continues to be in effect. I just don't, that makes no sense to me.
Anything else, Supervisor Gould?
There's a lot other, but that's probably my main issue.
Okay.
So
Supervisor Johnson? Ms. Keck said that because of the protest petitions, that now it has to go to a supermajority vote. Is that true?
Madam Chair, that is correct. Based on the calculations, we received, I believe there's 142 surrounding property owners that are within the 300-foot boundary. And with that, we have 32% of the owners are opposed, comprising of 25% of the land owned, which does push it to that supermajority vote, which is the 4/5 vote.
Does anybody want to hear from anyone else from staff or any questions or comments before, I guess, we would be ready to take a vote?
Madam Clerk, just one more question to Scott, and to sort of piggyback off of Supervisor Gould's, sort of the thing that I was trying to get to with that Dorado is, it was always my understanding that they came up with those area plans for a specific master plan community. And wasn't there a Dorado master plan development that was supposed to happen?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lingenfelter, I believe at the time of the application in 2006, they did have a master plan with that, and that is correct.
And I think that's the definition of village at that time. That's all I want to say.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is just the first step in the whole process. Angle Homes is not going to be doing a whole lot of meeting with people and doing stuff until they get a zoning. I mean, why should they? Why should they be investing money? And until, or if we approve it today, then they will say, after they do their due diligence and say, yes, there's enough water, and yes, we can afford this, and yes, we can sell it, we can afford to, or we can feasibly build 1,000 homes and do it, or 3,000 homes, or 50 homes, or we can't do it. There's a lot of questions being asked today that are not really specific to what we're here for.
Yes, Supervisor Bishop.
So I just wanted to point out, one of the other complaints that we continually hear from the residents in Golden Valley is this development is going to change our quality of life and our lifestyle. So I just wanted to point out, I had a map made up that's in the back of the room that most saw when they walked in, and we all have a copy of it. Golden Valley is a mix of private land, federal land, state land, and county land. So it is never going to be a metropolitan area. It's never going to be built up like Kingman. And it already has subdivisions very similar to what's being proposed here today. Crystal Springs Estates, that's 170 parcels. The minimum parcel is 0.5 acres, with the maximum being 1 acre. Ship Estates, 211 parcels. The minimum on that subdivision is 0.19 acres, with the maximum being 0.37 acres. And then Sohai Estates is another subdivision. They have 11 parcels that are less than 6,000 square foot. And then, of course, I don't know if Chloride's not really considered a subdivision, but it's a community that has a very size of lots. I think most of their city lots, their township lots, are 25 foot by 50.
Excuse me, sir.
Actually, Golden Valley is Sacramento Valley, and Chloride is part of Sacramento Valley. But, regardless, I'm just trying to show that there are subdivisions already in Golden Valley, Sacramento Valley, that haven't changed the lifestyle at all. They're nice little subdivisions. They've coexisted with the rural mindset, and I think this new subdivision could be a good thing for Golden Valley. I think it's...
Excuse me, please. This is our turn to sort of talk it out. Everyone's had their turn, okay? Anything else, Supervisor Bishop?
No, I just say that, I've received a number of emails and phone calls and personal visits from people on both sides of the aisle, both for and against this rezone request. It's not a simple not in my neighborhood situation. It's growth, and I see growth moving into Golden Valley, especially with Kingman having water issues. I think someday Kingman water is going to be very expensive, and it's going to make Golden Valley even look more attractive. So it's inevitable. People are coming to Golden Valley. They're seeing the beauty of Golden Valley. It's going to develop whether we stop it at this point or not. So I know it needs a supermajority, and it doesn't sound like it's going to get the supermajority today. So I think the next best thing would be to task Development Services to look at doing an amendment plan for this subdivision. So Scott, if I could ask you, Madam Chair, if that's okay with you.
Yes, it's fine.
Scott, is there something we can do now before the next general plan, even though it's that close? Is there a way for this development to proceed, making some kind of compromises with what the people have spoken out about, as keeping their sight on what they want to build? In is there room for compromise and an amendment that can be done now?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, as far as amending the general plan, this would fall under a major amendment, which can only occur during a certain period of time of the year, and it has a review process. So if we wanted to change the entire Dorado portion of the general plan, it would take probably the same amount of time as we're currently going through the general plan update. And so that would be the time to handle it. If the developer wanted to reduce the amount of lots that wanted to be rezoned, I could see that being something that maybe would reduce the scope or concern of individuals if they came and said, okay, I want to only do this portion of rezones right now, and then maybe we'll see where we come in the future. I could see that being something. But as far as changing our current general plan, it would be a process that we'd have to go through that would be the same process that we're currently going through with the general plan update.
Okay, thank you. And actually, I'd like to hear from Mr. Engel.
From who?
Mr. Engel, I have a question for. Hi. So good afternoon. You've heard the testimony, and I think you can kind of see the writing on the wall, as I have. Would you be open to redesigning the size of these lots? And in doing so, I could entertain making a motion to continue this for 30 days to give you an opportunity to do that, rather than to face an all-out denial. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, a couple thoughts.
And I'm not talking acre lots. I'm just saying bigger lots.
So part of the problem with affordability and development is it's all what number can you divide the costs by. So we would have to do a sewer system. We'd have to spend millions of dollars in the water system. You got to pave the roads. And so if I have to do acre lots, they would no longer be affordable. I'd have to put a really nice house on that, and then I'd sell a couple a year maybe or something. And so there's kind of a sliding scale there between an acre lot at $400,000 or $500,000 down to what's currently being proposed, which is the most affordable. But any amount of increase in lot size ends up being more cost per lot because you are dividing the total cost by less. You know, the denominator is bigger. So it's kind of a math game there. So if we want to do affordability, which is what we think will sell and what the county really needs, what working families needs and retirees on a budget, then most of it still needs to be higher density. We would definitely be willing to do a buffer if like doing acre lots around the outside of it would be helpful. We could do that if you wanted some land to set aside for a fire station or something. We'd be willing to do 5 acres for a fire station. Those type of things we'd be willing to do right now. We'd really like to get something approved so we can move forward because the timelines do take a long time. If you'd like to pare down the whole size of the project and do half of it now, I'd be open to that. So I can do any of those type of things or all of them now if that helps. I do worry long term if we say, okay, let's wait till the general plan amendment. It's just going to be more of this and them and me trying to convince staff to put a certain map together for planning and zoning. Then we all go to planning and zoning and argue again. And I need density to make the numbers work or it doesn't work. I can't do it. They want larger lots. And then in the end, you guys are the ones that decided again. So we have to come back here and you're the deciding factor. But between then, we try and convince staff and planning and zoning what the general plan should reflect before potentially we'd be just back here in a year having a very similar discussion. So if there's any of those issues I can resolve now to get something approved, then I'd love to do that. If not, we can go try and do a different route.
Okay.
Hey, so I'm thinking, Mr. Engel, I am going to make a motion, and I do make a motion, Madam Chairman, that we continue this until June the 3rd, give Mr. Engel time to consider alternatives and give this board time to digest all of the information that we received, and also for Golden Valley to understand all the information that they may not have understood before.
Before I get a second, I'd like to discuss.
Sure.
So I didn't make my statement, and we've been sitting here for a long time, and, you know, this has been taking up a large time, part of all of our lives the last few weeks. So it's been a very difficult to navigate. We've had a lot of contentious rezones, as you all know, this past few years, and each one of them is unique, has its own sets of positives and negatives. I spoke with Angle Homes, I met with the homeowners, I read back up, I went through the area, I watched planning and zoning meeting twice. Several people from the commission asked about larger lots and or smaller project, and the impression I got was that like you just said, if we're going to do this whole thing, this is how the numbers work, and I understand that. So the homeowners and property owners were also very articulate and knowledgeable. I think it was unfortunate that Angle Homes did not answer or wasn't prepared to answer a lot of the questions that were submitted during that town hall. And I think that was a missed opportunity. The reasoning was the same as it usually is when we're talking about these rezones, as Supervisor Johnson said, that this is just the first. Nobody wants to invest a lot of money into something that they're not even sure they're ever going to be able to do. I get that. However, Commissioner Morse, a longtime developer, I believe 40 years in Mojave County, took issue with that and said there were things that you could have done that are standard that would have answered a lot of these questions. You know, we all know there's a lot of growth here in Mojave County. In my district, Bullhead City alone, there's going to be over $1 billion in development coming down the pike. Kingman, Lake Havasu City have their own enormous projects in development. I know in Bullhead City, a lot of people do not like nor want the growth. However, Bullhead City, like Havasu and Kingman, are incorporated cities. So when you move there, there's an expectation that that is probably what's going to happen. It's a more urbanized area. So that brings us down to Golden Valley. We've heard from the residents, and as a whole, you don't want it. It will change the entire vibe of Golden Valley. It will change it forever. This is not something to do lightly. And so I was hoping that maybe you could come back, but it doesn't sound it like to me. I just think if we come back, it's going to be this whole thing again. I just want to say that last year, end of last year, Supervisor Lingenfelter and myself made a statement when we were talking about doing the moratorium on renewable energy projects. And the question is, what kind of county do we want to be? Do we want this kind of growth? Do we want to make sure that we keep our special segments like Golden Valley, keep it rural, keep the flavor of it? And that's where I fall on this. You know, I'm from a big city. I'm from New York. And I moved out here, and I chose to live in sort of a city, you know, a city, so they say, in Mojave County. But I've learned to appreciate it and the people who live there and why they moved there, why they invested all their life savings in there. Nothing against Angle Homes, but I will be a no vote on this.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. I just make one comment. The reason I put my comments on the record is if you incorporate this into the new general plan, which is going to be adopted next year, rather than just looking at just the zoning portion of it, I was hoping that maybe that they could delve into the different aspects, the elements that go into it, and maybe everybody comes out a little bit better. That's what I was hoping. Does it tack on a few more months? Yeah, but does it kill development? Absolutely no, it doesn't. I just think additional discussion would hopefully help everybody.
Anything? But you said in your motion, you said 30 days. Is that what you were thinking?
June the 3rd would be...
Is that even enough time to go back to the drawing board, basically?
Absolutely. They could have time to redesign the subdivision. Mr. Engel commented maybe put acre lots around that one perimeter line that seems to be so offensive, and then the smaller homes within the interior of the project. I mean, there's other things that he could do that might be amenable to the board. Rather than just to say no, this is an opportunity for him to redesign his project.
Okay. Did you want to say something, Mr.
Madam Chair,
Holter?
just a point of clarification. We're here today for a rezone, and the rezone does have to match what the general plan is. That's what state statute says, so it has to match what it is. So if we're looking at other larger lot sizes, like acre lots, that would not match what's currently on the general plan, and so he wouldn't be able to come necessarily to the June 30th meeting saying, hey, let's do acre lots in this location, because it wouldn't match what's at the current general plan designation.
So he could do larger lots, though, I mean.
So we would have to rezone it to the densities that are presented, so the R1, the R2, so they could go down to 6,000. He can create them however big he would like, but the zoning on it would have that R1, R2 zoning, and could potentially be smaller lots. But as far as changing it for the next meeting, I don't believe we would be able to do that, because it wouldn't, rezoning it to AR lots or RE lots, because it wouldn't match what the general plan has.
So how long would you need?
That would have to go back through the whole process. So we'd have to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the board to do a general plan amendment for whatever lot sizes that they would be looking for, like AR or RE. We would amend the plan to allow for those types of zones. And so it would have to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission and then back to the board.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Johnson.
Is the word we're sending out is that we don't want affordable housing in Mojave County? Not asking you people.
Is that rhetorical?
Well, I mean, we talk about it like Havasu. There's no affordable housing in Havasu anywhere. I'm sure Bullhead's getting the same way, but by doing this, are we sending the message out that don't bother looking, just build, like Mr. Engel said, 1 acre lots with, $600,000 homes on?
I think that the message is not in Golden Valley, where they have it now. I think that's the message today, but I understand what you're saying. So we do have a motion, but do you want to keep that?
I will withdraw my motion based on what Mr. Holtree has stated. And I guess I'll just bite the bullet and make a motion that we approve the rezoning.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call, please, because this has to be four yeas for this to pass.
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Before I vote, I just want to say thank you to everybody for the discussion today on both sides. I think everybody raised some very valid points. I don't want to completely shut down what we're calling affordable housing or housing where you're not paying way over 30% of your income plus utilities. But I am going to vote no, because I want to make sure that hopefully the developer and all of you will be respectful and come together and try to collaborate on some development which is going to come that's going to make sense for everybody, and that you delve into some of these elements that the general plan has you look at to make sure that everything's the right fit and everything is well thought out. So I hope that the developer's successful under that scenario, and I hope all of you that live there currently are successful, but I vote no.
Chairman Angus?
Who?
Chairman Angus?
Oh, I thought that was last. No.
Supervisor Johnson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bishop?
Yes.
Supervisor Gold?
No.
Did not pass.
Okay, so this part is over. We did our vote. And if you're going to leave, please do it quietly, okay? Because we're going to power through the rest of this business meeting. Okay? Just give it a couple of seconds for them to go out. She's close the doors up there so we can get through the next, all of the meetings. All right, so I said in the beginning that we were going to continue with the public hearings because there are people, I would assume, that have signed up for these things. So item 54, I'm going to open the public hearing, discussion and possible action to approve the adoption of an extension of time for a special use permit. I don't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to item 54? 54. Hearing none, I close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 55, rezone from agricultural residential to RE 35M residential recreation. So, I don't have anyone signed up for that? Anyone want to speak to item 55? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We did 56. 57, open the public hearing. It's just a rezone in Golden Valley. This one, the commission recommended approval by a 7-2 vote. I have nobody signed up to speak for this one. Anyone wish to speak? Excuse me. This is 57. We did 56 already. That's what the whole morning was 56. We just voted on the rezone. That was 56. We voted to deny that. Okay? So we're on 57. Anyone? I'll close the public hearing.
Everybody else gets a free pass today.
Motion to deny?
57, you want a motion to deny?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second for the motion to deny? Second. We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 58, opening the public hearing. There is the applicants here in case there are a couple of people who have signed up to speak, if they're still here. Still being the operative word. Hazel Cleaverly. Is there Hazel here? Do you wish to speak? Okay, come on down. This is amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from a suburban residential land use designation to a general commercial land use designation, and this is in Dolan Springs.
Hello, my name is Hazel Cleverly. I live in 16772 North Niles, Dolan. We moved not long time ago. I'm brand new pretty much in that area. And we wait 2 years, my husband and I, looking for the perfect place to live. And this is a canyon. We have mountains all over. Only we have one exit. And, you know, in these people, I just find out about this, okay? And these people wants to make part of our beautiful place and commercial when we looking for be in regular place to live with no commercials around. And they try to change stuff, and I heard that these people don't have nothing that's being correct, that, you know, whatever they put over there is no permissions about it. And they wants to do kind of like a park where you can park and all this kind of stuff. Well, if those people do fire or whatever, we are easy to get fired on our mountains. And we don't have a place to get out, only one. And I'm worried about everybody that lives there with me around. But I have to think about me and who live with me. And, you know, I have 5 beautiful birds, very expensive birds. They're talking to me every morning and every day. I have 3 dogs, very expensive, they're being given to me. And those are my special buddies, my kids, because I'm old. So please say no to these people. We want our canyon clean, with no smoke, with no problems, the way they are right now. I begging you guys, please, because I don't have 4x4 car. I have a little Toyota. And so how I going to get out with my 5 birds, my 3 big dogs, plus not talking about my chickens and ducks, okay? So please, don't say no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Dave Kinsley? Did I say that right?
Nicely.
Nisley. All right.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Dave Nicely. I live at 14517 North Cattle Drive in Dolan Springs. I talked to Supervisor Bishop on the 24th, April 24th, and I asked her about an amendment to the general plan. If this zone change, because it doesn't fit the general plan as it is, in my opinion, and I asked her, the process to do an amendment change is pretty lengthy. So she went to Mr. Holtree, who emailed me this, and I'm going to read it to you. Thank you. This is hi, Mr. Knightley. Thank you for your email. The proposed zoning for this parcel is C-RE, commercial recreation. This zone is meant for the more rural parts of the county to allow outdoor recreation activities. Because the zone is meant for more rural parts of the county, it complies with the general plan designation of suburban residential, and plan amendment is not needed. So I looked up in the general plan under suburban residential, and what it says is Exhibit 6.2, planning area types for unincorporated Mojave County. The second one down in there is suburban development area, which is what, according to Mr. Holtree, that's what this comes in, and it fits several of the things here. But under other land uses, I'm sorry, my glasses are blurring me here. It says all non-residential land uses may develop here if they are in appropriate locations and have adequate services. It's not an adequate location, it's in a neighborhood. And also, in my opinion, it's a medium to high density. There's a lot of homes in that little area right there. The young lady just spoke to the trying to get out of there in a fire, she's correct. On a flat map, all those arterial roads look like they're...
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The applicant did sign up to speak at the public hearing for this. Does the applicant want to say a few words? Okay. Scott Emerson. And after Scott will be Kimberly Buck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Supervisor Bishop and other supervisors. I have kind of an aerial view of the place here. I'll put up there for everybody to see. Thank you very much. My name is Scott Emerson. I reside in Las Vegas at 344-5 Jade Flower Street. We are the ones that built the dome and the deck and stuff out on West 14th Street. We're here today at the recommendation of staff so that we can continue to rent out our dome when we're not using it for personal use. We built this as a getaway from the craziness of Las Vegas. We both grew up in rural Missouri, and this very much appeals to us. We are very much lovers of the outdoor and respect it very much. I think because of the thread that staff has to, or the path they have to go, commercial is what they said would be the best way to do this and treat it like a campground. That has obviously set up a lot of connotations in people's minds, and there's also been quite a bit of misinformation that's been spread to kind of get some of the neighbors, I think, worked up as well. Prior to this land was a dumping ground. It had trash on it, construction debris, old cars, that kind of stuff. As you can see in the video, we've cleaned all that up now and made a dramatic improvement to the community. We also, because we respect the outdoors, when we built this, we built in spaces that were already cleared, and we used the existing driveways and stuff so that we did not disturb the native vegetation, at least as little as possible, because we love it when you wake up and there's a cow grazing by the edge of the deck, and some of the nature stuff that's all there. So we really built in a way that was speaking to that. We are not developers. That's been kind of propagated a lot. We're not. We are not looking to do any kind of high density development or RV park. That's been thrown around a lot. The land doesn't even have the square footage to do an RV park by county regulations. We simply just want to get the zoning change so that we can rent out the dome when we're not there ourselves to try to recoup some money from developing the dome. We used all new materials. We've used quality materials and construction in this. We've done it in a way that helps to definitely improve the neighborhood. During the planning and zoning process, there were 4 emails of concern sent. Staff shared those with me. I responded to each one of those and gave them my phone number, invited them to call me. One person did reply back and said, it's nothing against you. We like what you've done there. But what if you leave? And this has a zoning designation to it, and I'll address that in a second. And that's a very valid concern. We don't want it zoned commercial either, but that's kind of the path we're going to get this accomplished. I also, there's an internal Facebook group that I posted. I invited people to contact me. To this date, I've only had one phone call, and I've had one person that stopped by and actually talked to us while we were at the dome location there since all of this began. Some of the concerns are very legitimate. Some of the themes were fire. That absolutely is a concern of mine as well. Our place is there, and so that's of equal concern. There are no open wood-burning fire pits there. There's no charcoal grills there. There's no burn barrels there. None of that. There are actually 2 passable egresses in and out of this valley. I think one is at 14th and Ocotillo. I think there's a neighbor that actually drives their Kia every day to get in and out of there. And then there's the one that most people use, which is on 14th Street coming from the west. And so there are a couple of egresses there. But there's no greater fire risk from us being there. There's actually less because we're not there as often than a regular single-family residence. Another concern was road wear and tear. Same way, there's less traffic from us than there is a traditional single-family residence in there. Another one is the commercial zoning and what can happen. And I share everybody's concern in that. And so what we would request is an approval of the rezoning, and we are absolutely supportive of putting restrictions on the development of that, because that zoning does allow for additional development that we don't want, nor are we interested in. And so if we could get approval of the rezoning and maybe a condition of no more than 2 additional spots, that would absolutely suffice what we want to do. The only reason for the 2 extra spots, quite honestly, is as we spend more time out there and we have friends and family coming out, the dome is basically a 1-bedroom place. And so we would like an option to, have somebody stay there with us on the property as well and do it legally. We have built a small shed-like structure for a toilet and bath, and we are working with county to make sure that meets all of the county zoning requirements and such, as well as what we've already built at this point in time. So this is all new to us. We've never done this whole process before. It's a little bit intimidating, I'll be honest, but it's been very, very educational for us. And so we don't want to upset neighbors. We love the nature out there. We've never had a negative impact or interaction with any of the neighbors since we've been there, nor have anybody that's, stayed there. So I guess
Okay.
that's kind of it. So any
Thank you
questions?
very much. If we need something, we'll call you back after the public hearing.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Kimberly Buck, and then Greg Martin.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I want to start out to say, I think this is more of a commercial type of operation. You have this handout that I gave out earlier. You can read what I've said there. It looks to me, and you don't really, Scott, we're not against you. What we just don't want is a commercial zone in our area. That's all we're asking. He can have his hub. He can have in whatever he needs, but we just don't want to see commercial come into our little residential area. That's it. You know, if he wants to rent it out as an Airbnb, put in something that's acceptable as an Airbnb. And we would define with that, none of us has an issue with there being an Airbnb there, not whatsoever. We have an issue with it turning into a commercial zone and what that may bring upon the rest of the community. And we're in a little community, it's known as Antelope Valley, part of Dolan Springs. And as mentioned, you know, it's a little denser than part of the other. Some of the buildings are more stick buildings, I think, than anywhere else. You know, so we're kind of protective of it, but and we're not against we're not against the commerce, but we're against it being zoned commercial. The valid concerns on the fire, you know, all around in my place, I'm required to have a 20-foot setback of brush away from my house. Insurance agent said, you're going to have to do that or else. But this does not have that. You throw a cigarette butt out, it's going to catch the brush on fire. It's rabbit brush, it's grease brush, it's going to run right up the hill. Now, all there is in the area is the Mojave Ranchos, has been mentioned. 3 people, not full-time staff. It's going to take them half hour to 45 minutes. They split their time between Dolan Springs and for Lake Mojave, so they can't always get there fast. If that runs out, it's going to run up the hill. It's going to run up to my place and burn up my backyard. And I think everybody here would probably know who would be responsible for that. It wouldn't be Scott necessarily. He'd be responsible for the issue, but who would be responsible is whoever was sitting there on that porch, threw out the cigarette butt and caught it on fire, because they don't have a stake in our community like we do. We're very careful. We don't do that because we don't want to have a fire, but somebody who doesn't live there, they don't have the same concerns that we do. And so we're really concerned about the fire. There is just one way in. 14th, you can't get in off of 15th and any of the other roads. It's way too steep. I'd be happy to show you some pictures of that if you're interested. It's just, you can't, it's a 4-wheel drive track. You can get in with a 4-wheel drive, but you're not going to drive a car on any of the side roads. You have to go in 15th, and then you take the next road over, it goes the other direction, then up 14th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greg Martin, and then Gary Mercer. Your name and address, please. Your name and address, please.
Anyway, my name's Greg Martin. I live at 16692 Mount Loco, basically across the street from this campground. I'm not sure why anybody would want to put a campground right there. You got neighbors on all 4 sides. My concern is privacy. You got neighbors on all 4 sides of this lot. There's no vacant land out there, or in that area, rather. My second concern is the health issue. You got a dusty road that shoots dust 20, 30 feet up in the air. I don't think a camper would want to breathe that. My third concern is fire danger. Say what you will, but during the fire season, tourists don't know that. Tell me a camper who wants to go camping and doesn't have a campfire. Now, I've worked with several parks departments, city, county, state, federal parks. I've worked in and around campgrounds. This campground has nothing to offer a camper. There's no lake, there's no water, there's no trails, hiking trails. Nearest hiking trails are, half a mile away. So, we move out here for privacy, safety, and we live there, so we're fire conscious like we should be. And so I gotta say no. If you gotta have a campground, there's 100 other places out there that are probably better for the camper. We got one road in and one road out. This lot sits right at the entrance of this square mile that we live in. If there is a fire, people are not going to be able to get out because that one road will be right there blocking them. So, thanks, guys. Do your thing.
I have a question for you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Johnson.
Question, Mr. Stark?
Oh, yes.
We're still in the public hearing? Okay.
I'm hard of hearing.
After the we're still in the public hearing. That's okay, sir. Teresa Couch and David McNellis, and then Vincent Scala. Oh, who? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I put you in the wrong pile. Yep, come on down.
Gary Mercer, 16676 North Oak in Dolan Springs. I'm in that Antelope Valley area up on the east end of that valley. The fire issue that's been discussed by a lot of folks, I had a conversation with the fire chief. He has concerns. Prevailing winds, and as the last person stated, you got people in there that don't have a vested interest like those that live there. That's a big concern by the majority of folks that are here today and those that were here for the planning and zoning meeting when this proposal by the petitioners was denied based on the fire issues. The biggest issue I have is with the petitioners. They want to get a zoning change as opposed to going in with a plan to develop a dome, which they've done a great job. Pictures show it. Cleaned it up, put in a nice facility. Even I would have relatives stay there. I don't have a problem with what they've done. It's the way that they've done it, and they're asking the county now to make an exception, to say, let's make this the standard for being able to develop in Mojave County. Let's not go along with the plans. Let's not submit approvable plans. Let's build, and then let's come and say, well, let's rezone. And instead of giving them a benefit for doing something that's not according to plan, they want an Airbnb, there's a plan to do that. This is not it. This is not something that should be approved by the chairman or the supervisors. It was not approved by the planning and zoning because it did not meet current general plan, as I've been hearing with Golden Valley's issues. The general plan, the area plan, Dolan Valley or Dolan Springs up in that valley has no commercial. It wasn't designated as commercial. Majority of residents up there do not want this to be approved. There are a few.
Okay, thank you, sir. Teresa Couch and then David McNellis.
My name is Teresa Couch. I live at 16660 North Street. I'm at the far end of where the dome went up. It's a beautiful dome, I agree. And I have all the concerns about the fire, the dust, all that. But I don't think because they didn't do their research before they built that our community, our residential community should be having a commercial zoning. I think it should stay residential for us residents in the area. And he said he built it for himself to enjoy it. Come and enjoy our beautiful area. But don't make it residential or commercial, please. We want to stay residential.
Thank you. David McNillis, Vincent Scala, and then Janet Clark.
Captain David McNeilis, retired now. I'm also a certified firefighter, first responder, et cetera, and so forth. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'll be as brief as I can. I know I've only got 3 minutes. What does a firefighter, first responder fear most when responding to an emergency, especially a fire? 2 things: access to the emergency and some tools to fight the emergency. This location has neither. Disingenuous for the applicant to say that there's 2 ways in and out of the valley. If you have a big 4-wheel drive, sure. Fire truck, no way. 1 way in, 1 way out, narrow, bifurcated roads, multiple washes. Truck got stuck there a couple years ago, and I had to wait 3 hours just to get home. Prevailing westerly winds, fire hazard, huge liability. There's a reason why almost all the commercial lots in that whole entire area, commercial enterprises, are along the main Pierce Ferry Road. Access and infrastructure, water, up there, none. This lot has none of those things. It's a glorified tent. The applicant says that they're not a development company. Look at the name of the company. It's from Missouri. They live in Vegas. The company is owned, and it's out of Missouri, and it's J&S Developments. But you can see it's a development company. I just think the liability and because of the no water and access would just be, it's a death trap in the case of a fire. Absolutely not applicable for or conducive to a positive commercial enterprise. Also, I'd like to point out that they were out of compliance, or currently out of compliance, with what they have there right now, this glorified tent, even though it is nice looking if you like domes, for sure. That's not the issue. They're out of compliance, and yet rather than even think about trying to make something in compliance, what do? They turn around and ask for a rezoning that would bring them into compliance. That's kind of like someone, committing a crime and saying, "Oh, excuse me, now that I'm caught, I'd like to have you change the law so I'm no longer guilty of the original infraction." It's kind of like the cart leading the horse, in my opinion. Just got a few more seconds here. I would like to say that I'm a school teacher now in the local elementary school right down the street in Dolan Springs in my retirement, and I know for a fact that the vast majority of the local residents are dead set against this for all the reasons, and it would really benefit, the rezoning would only benefit one entity, J&S Developments. They don't even live there. They're not residents. That would be the only benefactors of this project. Thank you very much. Please vote no.
Okay, Vincent Scala, and then Janet Clark.
My name is Vincent Scala. I'm at 16692 North Nolan Drive. I'm here with my fellow people that live in the subdivision. Everything he said, he took the words out of my mouth. So I don't know if I really want to waste your time. I'm in full agreement with him, and except I'm an ex-builder, and what those nice pictures you saw there that he gave it was non-compliant. He didn't do it with a building permit. Not for the deck, not for the building. He's got one little 300-gallon tank. You're going to put out a forest fire with that? I don't even think it's allowed to be there because he's not even permitted. Anyways, I'm not going to take your time. Thank you very much.
Very
I
much.
appreciate it.
Janet Clark.
Good afternoon. It's hard to hear at the back, so I'm going to try to be a little louder. I'm Janet Clark. I live at 16644 Oak Drive. I am totally against this rezoning, and as it's been pointed out, this is a glorified tent. It's made out of plastic. It does not meet any of the building codes, and I know that because I built my own home. It's basically a bedroom. And from my understanding, a bedroom has to have a window no higher than 4 feet off the ground as an exit, and a door as an exit. If this tent caught on fire, there's only a door for the people to get out of. It is heated by propane. So there is a great chance of fire because it's on a wooden deck. It has, I believe, an outhouse for a bathroom. It is in the west end of our road. So the prevailing winds, if it caught on fire, it would burn down the whole neighborhood because the prevailing winds take the fire almost year-round from the west to the east in our neighborhood. I noticed in this, it says Arizona Revised Statute 11-814 relating to the county zoning states that if 20% of the property owners by the area and number within the zoning area file protests to the proposed change, the change shall not be made except by 3/4 vote of all members of the Board of Supervisors. I would ask you to please do not approve this rezoning. Our neighborhood doesn't want it. We're a very close-knit neighborhood. I've been there 20 years. I built my home with my own 2 hands. And so I don't want a glorified tent as a commercial enterprise in my neighborhood. This man that built this stands to financial gain off of this endeavor. So there's no benefits to our neighborhood, only to a commercial enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to item 58 that hasn't done so? Anyone? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Board?
Madam Chair,
Yes. Supervisor
is
Johnson.
there anybody from Dolan Springs that didn't make it today? I would recommend the approval of the denial.
Okay, that's approval of the denial.
So I have a question of staff.
Sure.
Scott, we have a motion on the floor for denial of this rezone. Does that mean that the owner of this dome will have to remove the dome from the property?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, it means that the owner will have to bring the property into compliance. They are currently in violation with our code enforcement as well as with the building code. So the structure on the site will have to meet the building code requirements. We do have tiny home standards, but even then they do require restroom, living, kitchen, and bedroom. So those would have to be incorporated with what's built there.
So if they built a stick structure or, then they would be in compliance at that time with the zone still, with the dome still there?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, the structure that's there cannot be used for habitation. It's not, it wouldn't be allowed to, even if they built a single-family residence on site, which would be the primary use. They could have the structure there, but it couldn't be used for habitation unless it meets the building code. So it'd still have to go through any permits that would allow it for that type of use. If they get rezoned to a campground and allow for a campground, campgrounds do allow for tents, and there are different building code requirements for the tents and campgrounds, but as far as the AR zone and structures, habitable structures in the AR zone, they would need to get all the permits and meet all the building code requirements for that structure.
Okay, because it sounds like the residents were happy that these people came in and cleaned up the trash and the eyesore and made a beautiful place. And they only became upset when we said this has to be rezoned commercial to allow it to remain. I think the fire situation is going to be there whether or not the dome is there or an RV park or whatever. You know, that's just the reality of the way it is. But they just don't want commercial in their neighborhood. And there's no way to get around that. The dome has to go. Correct?
Supervisor Bishop, absolutely. When they became in violation, we tried to give them options of what they can do to bring the property into compliance. One of the options is remove the structure, remove the dome because it's not in compliance with our building permit, our building code, as well as far as the zoning is concerned. The other option is rezone the property so that it is in compliance, and that is our commercial recreation, which we allow for campgrounds in the rural areas. And so this is the option that they chose to pursue. The commission recommended denial, and what's before you is a recommendation to deny it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Holtree, if my grandkids pitch a tent in my backyard, am I then not in compliance?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gould, no, that's not something that the county's out enforcing people camping out in their own backyard. What we've seen throughout the county, and more times than not, it's people living in RVs on their properties, on their vacant pieces of properties. We do have a provision in our ordinance that allows you to stay in your RV for 14 consecutive days on your property or 30 days out of the calendar year. We've kind of lumped that in with camping as far as staying on your property with camping. As far as you having a single family residence on your backyard, on your property, and then pitching a tent, that's not something that we're going to go and enforce. But if you built a structure that is a permanent structure like this dome, then it would have to meet building code requirements. And if it's habitable, yes.
Could you get an RV permit for it?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gould, yes. The property is currently zoned to AR, and you can apply for a temporary temporary residence, which is an RV on the property. You renew it annually. You would have to have a septic system on site.
But the yurt would qualify?
Not a yurt, no.
To me, that looks like a yurt.
Yeah, but the dome structure, we consider it a structure. It would have to meet the building code requirements. When we don't have a provision in our zoning ordinance for just a yurt. If it was built to the standards of like a tiny home, then that meets the definition of a single family residence to us. It doesn't matter if it's a yurt, if it's whatever structure, if it meets the building code requirements of having a bathroom, kitchen, living quarters, then we don't care what kind of structure it is, but it just needs to meet that single family residential standards.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so we have a motion to deny the rezone. I need a second. Yeah, that's what Buster did.
Okay.
Okay, so I need a second. I'll second that.
And just to be clear, it's approve the denial.
To approve the denial. Yes, it's denial. Approve the denial, which planning and zoning did. So we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, item 59, I'm opening the public hearing. This is an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from a suburban residential land use designation to a general commercial land use designation. I have, the applicant is here, I guess in case we want to ask something. No one else? Is there anybody who'd like to speak to item 59? Item 59? Okay. Then I'm going to close the public hearing. Well, yeah, so you're the applicant, correct? Okay. All right, so you want to talk about this?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. We bought a property in 17384 Magnolia Drive, Dolan Spring, Arizona. Before I buy the property, I noticed there's residential, there's no commercial. We apply in the Mojave Country. We pay, I think, $1,400. We apply, it could be a commercial, the property. That's why I want to come. And the other court, I think we have it in April 24. I'm not sure because I don't receive the mail in my mailbox. I want to know, it could be commercial or this weekend residential.
Okay. This is public hearing. We'll call you back up if we need you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Anyone else want to speak to item 59? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Madam Chairman, I'll make a motion that we deny.
Okay, there's a motion to deny.
Second.
It's a second. Yes,
That to approve the denial?
approve the denial.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, it's very, cement. Okay, so I have a motion and a second to deny the adoption. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 60, opening the public hearing, discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of Board of Supervisor Resolution 2024-109, a request for an extension of time for a rezone. I have one person signed up, I believe, but I don't think she's here anymore. Ashley Gerich? Is Ashley here? I don't see her. And I have also Andrew Yancey. Are you Mr. Yancey? Okay.
Madam Chairman, Supervisors, I'll be very brief. My name is Andrew Yancey. I'm an attorney at Bergen, Frank, Smalley, and Oberholzer, 4343 East Camelback Road in Phoenix. We represent Long Road Development. They're a national solar developer. They've got a lot of projects in Arizona. Just briefly, what this is before you today, we're respectfully asking for approval of a time extension for an energy overlay. That energy overlay was already approved in 2022. At that point, it went through the full analysis by staff, public notice, hearings. It was approved unanimously by this board. The property we're talking about is 570 acres, all private property, all underlying MX zoning. It is just west of the Griffith corridor along the I-40. And the reason we're here for the extension request, we've been working with Unisource since 2022 on interconnection studies. That's a requirement in order to get this type of project off the ground. We're still waiting on the results of those. We hope to have them soon, have it wrapped up by the end of the year, and be able to construct next year. So that's the reason for the request, is to allow us to continue working with Unisource on the interconnection studies. Appreciate staff's work on this, their recommendation of approval. Also appreciate unanimous recommendation of approval from Planning and Zoning Commission last month. I do have a slide presentation. I'm going to forego it and just be available for any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Anyone else would like to speak to item number 60? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve.
Oh, I wanted to,
Do you want to ask a
I
question?
want to ask a question to this gentleman.
Okay, come back up.
Do you have any documentation or anything to show us that shows that Unisource isn't responding?
Supervisor Johnson, and just to be clear, it's not that Unisource isn't responding. The interconnection study process does take several years to go through. So we're just in the middle of the typical process.
Why did you ask for a longer time to begin with, instead of coming back to us in 2 years if it takes you long?
Supervisor Johnson, frankly, I was not involved with the project at that time, so I don't know the answer. I do believe that 2 years is the standard for these types of approvals. And so that's why we're back here at this time.
So in 2 years, all you've done is exchange letters?
Well, there's, excuse me, Supervisor Johnson, it is more in depth than an exchange of letters. What Unisource looks at is what type of upgrades they would need to do to their facilities. In particular, we're looking at the Griffith station here and just how we would be able to interconnect into that. Unisource has also done what they call an integrated resource plan. That's where they look out to 2038 and they say, what resources do we need? Where do we need them to come from? They've identified about, I think it's 550 megawatts total power, looking at the potential for industrial growth, particularly in this area, the tourism, the manufacturing jobs. And so they want 325 megawatts of that to come from renewable. We have about 75 that we're looking to do on this. They also want about 225 megawatts of battery storage. That allows for the grid reliability, low demand time, the energy is generated, it goes in the battery. High demand time, Unisource can put it out onto the grid. We've been working with them on that sales process as well during that time.
Thank you, that's all, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Well, we do have a motion to approve. I'll need a second.
Second.
Okay, motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 61, I'm going to open the public hearing. This is a request for an extension of time for a rezone. I have, how many people? One person signed up to speak, Mr. Peter Furlow.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Peter Furlow with the law firm of Quarles and Brady, 2 North Central Ave, 85004. This was part of this same 2022 approval. They've been separated into 2 separate cases as the last case that just went up. I have an entire presentation if you want me to go through it. If not, I'm happy and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, we're in the public hearing. If we have something, we'll call you back.
Perfect. Thanks.
All right, anyone else want to speak to item 61? Item 61. I'm going to close the public hearing.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 62, I'm opening the public hearing. This comes from Community Services. Approve the FY24 Community Development Block Grant Regional Accounts Projects. Do I have anybody who'd like to speak to item 62? 62? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 63, I'm opening up the public hearing. Sitting as the Board of Directors of Horizon 6 Improvement District to adoption of Horizon 6 resolution, entering into an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Lake Havasu City and Horizon 6. Anyone wish to speak to this? Item 63? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, right now we're going to go back to consent agenda because I think Supervisor Bishop wants to take off, but I think there's something she wants to pull off. So all right, so does any supervisor, we vote on this as a group and items can be taken off by supervisors. Supervisor Bishop.
32, please.
32. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Gould.
Number 18.
18. And Supervisor Johnson. Nothing. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 5 through 53 minus 18 and 32?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, I want to go to item 32 first because Supervisor Bishop needs to take off. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you. I pulled this for a number of reasons. First of all, it appears that not all these names are legal names, and I think they should be legal names. Nicknames and initials, I don't think are appropriate. Physical addresses, I believe, are required. I see a lot that just have post office boxes on it. And then there's at least one that has some outstanding judgments being owed, and I don't know if that's a reason to deny, but it's certainly something that we should be made aware of, and that would be Stephen Robinson. So with those mentions, I make a motion that we deny.
Okay, motion and a second to deny, but they can't be all brought back. I mean, I'm a little confused about this motion. So is it every single one of the applications you have an issue with, or just bring them back?
I think they should be brought back with the proper legal names, addresses. And
Okay, so if we deny this, will they be able to bring it back with changed information?
You'd have to come back with a reconsideration. I would consider withdrawing and just say motion to continue it, because part of the thing, I understand your rationale, Supervisor Bishop. The practical effect, though, is that you would have to hold an election for all of these, and that's a lot that they're going to have to do for July 30th. So keep that in mind.
I will amend my motion to continue this until the first meeting in June.
Yeah, and that way you can figure it out and then come back and say, okay, approve it or approve minus 1 or 2 or something.
Okay, so we're going to continue this to the first meeting in June. All in second? Any second?
I'll second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Have fun at the animal shelter. Send our regards.
She rescinded it.
All right, and now item number 18, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That I was not the one I wanted to pull, so
No.
motion to approve.
A motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Now I'm curious.
Yeah, where's my other one?
All righty, well, that was good. Let's see if we can get through the regular agenda quickly. Item 64, this is from Development Services, authorized staff to pursue cooperating agency status with BLM for solar programmatic EIS.
Motion to approve.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This is from Public Works, discussion possible action. Our Board of Supervisor resolution requiring property owners who desire to install culverts across private driveways and public right-of-way to obtain a county right-of-way use permit.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
I have a question for Director Latosky.
Okay, Mr. Latosky? Need you to pop up. There you are.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Latosky, will the homeowner have to hire a hydrologist to size the culvert to get a permit?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gould, no. This particular action shifts the ownership and maintenance responsibility to the private property owner and effectively removes the driveway culverts from the county's drainage design manual.
Thank you, sir. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 66, this is adoption of Board of Supervisor resolution accepting East Palo Cristo Court into our road maintenance program.
Motion to approve.
A motion? I'll second. You got that? Second. Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item 67, discussion possible action, deny the request for the extinguishment of the south 288-foot of the 42-foot wide public ingress egress and utility easement known as South Arvada Road.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
make a motion to deny the request of adoption.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 68.
Motion to approve.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Item 69, we'll just,
No action.
no action on that. Item 70, authorize an additional not to exceed $125,000 in account to pay Clark Hill for legal services.
Madam Chair and board members, just so you know, this was in our FY24 budget.
Okay.
We're just authorizing the board, asking the board for authorization to spend it.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. So now, you want to do it now, then you want to?
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask that we postpone 2 weeks, items 71, 72, and 73.
Okay, is that the correct? Just postpone it? Or we have to go through
Continue.
each of them?
Continue,
To
postpone.
continue all three at once, okay. Item 74?
We got to vote on the continuance.
Oh, we still have to, I'm sorry.
Motion to postpone items 71, 72, 73.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And that's to the May 20th meeting, correct?
Yeah, I said 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
All right, this is from Supervisor Gould and myself.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Let me see, I think I have one more thing I had somebody signed up for 72, but we continued that. All right, number 75. Provide an update to the Board of Supervisors regarding the review of the proposed fire district consolidation involving Yucca and the Golden Valley Fire District.
Madam Chair, members of the board, by statute, when two fire districts wish to consolidate, the chairman of the Board of Supervisors is directed to review the matter, and I've done that. The chairman has already signed a statement saying review the matter, and I've done that. And I have a report here for those who are interested. Golden Valley Fire District was formed in 1975. The Yucca Fire District was formed in 1974. Presently, the Golden Valley Fire District covers approximately 220 square miles. The Yucca Fire District covers about 124 square miles. The Golden Valley Fire District presently has 3 fully staffed fire stations. The Yucca Fire District, I believe, has 1, but it's not fully staffed full-time. Do they even have 1? They may, I think they have 1.
Actually, they have 2 stations, but they are not fully staffed.
Yeah. So and in fact, right now, what they are operating is they have an IGA with the Golden Valley Fire District who provides assistance. The Golden Valley Fire District manages the operational aspects of the Yucca Fire District. For example, the Golden Valley Fire District, the fire chief is overseeing the Yucca Fire District presently, and helping out in other ways and things. The proposal is for Yucca to consolidate into the Golden Valley Fire District. The tax rates for both districts right now are the same. They're 3.5%. They anticipate, they did a feasibility study. They anticipate that, if taxes go up, they would anticipate taxes would go up to $3.75. But that'd be for all district members, whether that happens or not, but that's kind of what one of the assumed models was. The benefits of the consolidation would be there'd be some reduction in the cost. So, if 2 things are happening at once, if you're just doing 1 district, then that will save a little bit on like legal costs and auditing costs and professional services. So there is some cost savings there. Also, they believe that it will more streamline the management of resources under a unified entity, enhance operational efficiencies, leading to additional services. The study concluded that both agencies can continue to stand alone under the current operational model and be financially sustainable. So they think that they could still do it as they are. It just over time they would decrease in revenue. The revenues doesn't grow quite as fast as the expenses, is what they believe. But they do say that consolidation is financially feasible. It may provide savings to the residents of Golden Valley Fire District and the Yucca Fire District. That will increase in service level. It will help standardize operation guidelines, increase the depth of services, and reduce duplicate efforts. That's my report. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions?
Chair, thank you. So we just had Golden Valley guy come in today saying that they can't handle their own area. They can't respond. And we had the people in Golden Valley say that they don't want a bigger tax base to pay in more money, so they don't want to help their fire district. Obviously, Yucca's in the skids too. What's the point in these 2 combining? Don't you usually combine somebody that's really good with somebody that's really poor, or you just get 2 poor people?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, Supervisor Johnson. I think you make a
Who's
valid
asking
point.
for this? The fire districts themselves?
Both fire districts have.
Not the people, huh?
Both fire districts have petitioned, and both fire districts have had filed resolutions. Now they have public hearings. They now have to vote. It's my understanding that then that would then go to a vote to the people, or there's an exception to that if it's like unanimous on the boards, and I think that they can do it. I'd have to double check. I sent an email out earlier about it, but I have to double check whether I believe it has to go to the vote of the people, or there's an exception where they can go get around that. I'd have to double check that.
I guess the only concern I would have would be if, like, one of us lives in that area there. Now, if Golden Valley goes under, they drag Yucca under with them, or if Yucca goes under, they drag the other one in. That's the only question I have.
I don't think we get a say.
No, it is up to the boards. It's up to the fire district boards to decide, but if you want to write a letter, then I can submit a letter on your behalf. So. That's all I have for a report.
All right. So that is it. Wait, where's my thing?
I do have one. If you could, that one that you voted to continue the number 32 to the June meeting, I'm going to ask the board if you could reconsider it to bring it to the May 20th meeting, because I think the ballots have to be printed by the end of this month. So if these elections go forward, you're going to put it on all those ballots, and so you're going to want to make a decision on this by May 20th in time to put it on the ballot.
What we did? Didn't we say 2 weeks?
Oh, is it not? I thought it was to the June meeting.
Oh, okay. So let's
reconsider that.
We need a motion of reconsideration for item 32.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And I need a new motion.
Motion to bring that item back for the, what was it, May 20th?
May 20th meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Uh-oh, I see the elections guy come in. Okay.
Don't let him speak.
All right, what did we do wrong?
I'm proofing the ballot right now as we
Oh.
speak.
I know. That's why I'm bringing it back on May 20th.
I'm proofing it now. It's got to be really real. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to jump over you, Ryan.
Okay, no, I'm just
All right,
trying to help you as best I
what date do we have till?
Approach the microphone.
He has to catch
I
his
have to have my ballot proved. I probably got 2 weeks.
Okay, 2 weeks. So if we do
What
it,
you might have said, I'm sorry, my brain's going with too many days.
that's okay. So if we get this done at our next meeting, it'll be okay for you.
What I'm up against right now, I got to say this. I have to have my programmers put all these races that you may not approve on the ballot. I have to have that done. I'm working on it right now. We were allowed to cancel 105 days out from the election. I brought it to the next board meeting for this purpose. Sorry, I'm still out of breath here. Okay? This could put me in a world of hurt. I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'm really worried about this. I know this wasn't a rubber stamp. I know this wasn't just a routine thing. I understand.
Right.
It means if there's certain races you care not to, for some reason, those ones, because bottom line it comes to this. If you say, no, I'm not going to approve these people, certain ones, not all, don't put the whole group, right? Certain groups, I don't believe this or this or this. They have to go to ballot. They legally filed their paperwork for the ballot in my office. Things were checked. We don't have to check them. I hate using words like that, but we vet the system very well. We know these are the people. I would have never turned them into you. Now, it comes down to this. I have to get that group of people, and I have to get them on the ballot, because all they need is one vote to win. They go and vote for themselves.
Can we do something like approve with the condition that the real legal names are brought forth by the party, or else we're going to be responsible.
Because the names we put on the ballot were the ones that they put on the nomination papers. The nomination paper is what I would put on the ballot. I'm going to give you, for instance, Supervisor Gould. He's Ronald. He's Ron on there.
Right.
That's the reason those names are on there, and those are the people, I'm telling you.
Chairman,
You could run like whatever you wanted to, Hamburger Jones on there if you wanted.
I think the other concern, though, I think the other concern that Supervisor Bishop had, who's no longer here, is there was some address issues, and then there's also a candidate that she
Yeah.
had concerns about.
Madam
So-
Chair?
Yes.
Why don't we just, if the board would agree to it, just continue it a week to have, have a special meeting, which we could do by
Okay.
phone, and have Supervisor Bishop provide to the clerk or the manager the questions.
1 week?
So we
Yeah,
know.
no, I'll work it, because, I'm proofing as we speak, that's the
Okay.
reason I read it. Oh my gosh,
Oh,
my
for-
item's bold.
What would be the quickest we can have a meeting? 48 hours?
3 days, but I mean, if Supervisor Bishop has concerns about this, I'm curious why elections accepted if they didn't use their real name.
They are the right people.
I understand they might be the right people, but I'm saying if they didn't use their names, I mean, Ron Gould didn't put down, Satchmo on his, he put
That
down
is
Ron
true.
Gould.
That is true. We found their names registered. The recorder's office found almost everything, that's what they did because the Republican chair, there's not a question with the Democrats here at all. I know that. That's what this is being brought up. It's just the Republican Party of it because there's a bazillion of them compared to the Democratic Party. Almost all the Democrats delivered theirs to me in person and they were checked on the spot and all issues were resolved, as in everybody else who walked into my office and handed me theirs, which was a smaller portion due to the central thing. So those are people that are registered. That's the right people at the right address. That's the only thing I got to say. It's them.
They're registered to a post office box?
No. If a post office box is tied to their voter registration, it's legitimate. So I'm going to say yes on that.
All right, but you're asking people, I don't want to belittle.
No, I'm sorry, I'm just
getting
trying to-
tired of elected officials who are hiding behind post office boxes, That's it. I think, Madam Chair, that we could just.
Can't get the mailman to come to my house.
The four of us, could say, let's do the first available meeting this week, and then check with Supervisor Bishop.
Yeah, it seems since she's not here and she was the one who brought it out, we really
Yes,
need
I
to
hear
have
it.
her,
Right.
her input. Okay,
Madam Chair, I'll remove my motion.
okay, I need a new motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to have a special meeting as soon as possible and have ask Supervisor Bishop to furnish us with the concerns.
Okay. I'll second that. I have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for running down here.
And would you like me to take
Yeah,
that
I'm gonna take
information and put it by proper names and make sure I have situs addresses in there? I can do that. It just wasn't done on this list.
Okay.
Thank you.
Get out of here. Okay, item 76, this is to approve travel for Public Works.
Motion to approve. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, finally, the call to public. I want to thank everybody who sit here patiently. I know you must want to stretch out. This is the first time in 12 years we've ever had to do this, so I'm sorry that you were here when that happened.
Didn't proclaim it Men's Health Week.
Okay, so most of the call to publics are about the power plant, and I'm going to put those up front. So I am going to ask, since it is a power plant, first I'm going to ask, is John Martell still here? Okay, to come down, and then if the tribe will come down, I don't know, do I have yellow sheets for all of you? You do? Okay.
Chairman Angus, also you have the proclamation.
I'll just withdraw it. Yeah. Yeah, you got your day.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Board of Supervisors, John Martell, Mojave Electric. Based on a lot of misinformation that's been out there, I just want to address this board really quickly today, I guess this afternoon now, and just get something out there on the record so everyone kind of understands what this is. And we've heard a lot of different things out there on these engines, these jet engines. Well, the technology is efficient like a jet engine. There are several key differences which impact sound and emissions, such as when used for power generation, the turbines are housed in a sound limiting enclosure and have sound mitigation control device that a jet engine does not have. There are also extra emission controls on the units to comply with all applicable air standards. If you notice in the newspaper, we did a sound demonstration here at our last town hall. I think the quote from the newspaper was we had to do it twice because the noise from the AC was louder in these units. So we'll be doing more of these sound demonstrations as we go through additional town halls so people can hear the difference between a jet engine and these aeroderivative gas turbines.
Can you speak a little higher, a little louder? Because I'm having a hard time understanding.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so I just, the difference in these jet engines compared to a jet engine compared to aeroderivatives is the noise is a lot different. There's a lot of sound reduction limiting on these engines, not resting on a jet engine. We'll be doing more demonstration in the future on some of these noise issues. It was said there was no regulatory oversight. APCO conducted an all-source RFP as well as their integrated resource plan, which assessed and evaluated a whole bunch of different technologies throughout this. Every 3 years, they're required to publish it with the Arizona Corporation Commission. It went through the Arizona Corporation Commission. These gas units kind of came out as part of the plan. There's also solar, there's batteries, a whole bunch of different technology in those plans. So the ACC has been watching that. They do approve the IRPs from the utilities. There's also, the financing did go through the IRP, so there's regulatory approval from that end. There's also regulatory approval on the water. It has to go to Arizona Department of Water Resources for any source water, Arizona Department of Environmental Quality for any water discharge, whether that's evaporative, put back in the ground, whatever this case is going to be. Currently, APCO's leaning towards evaporation ponds at this time. Also, there was Mojave has never had a rolling blackout in our system for power supply. We, from time to time, have had several severe weather-related outages that have affected transmission and distribution lines. However, with the recent line hardening on our distribution system and these new units, these concerns should be severely limited. I know it's been brought up about the dump site, and APCO Mojave looked at dozens of potential sites for the natural gas units, including the county's dump site. We've been told by numerous people, including county staff and officials, the dump site is not an option for land procurement and other issues. So I just want to get down the record. We did look at those sites. Matter of fact, sitting in the gallery here, I have 2 other sites people have asked us to look at. So we are looking.
Thank you very much. Okay. Who wants to speak first? Just come up and give us your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Hemmers. I'm the tribal administrator from the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe, also a resident at 2550 Mojave Valley, Spirit Mountain Drive, Mojave Valley, Arizona. We're here as just in a formal capacity. It was very interesting to see the exercise in public speaking here today. But we're here because we just recently became notified that there was a location change to the Mojave Valley area. We were kind of aware that there was a power plant situation in Fort Mojave. Currently, with the new proposed sites for the map that's on the Mojave Energy Park, it's within an 857 feet parcel of tribal lands. And so now we have a broader concern about the location in terms of it. We would ask that any rezoning would be considered to underdo an environmental impact statement for the residents. Currently in the Mojave Valley, Southern Valley, we provide energy to over 700 clients, residential, commercial, and industrial. All of those, all of that service goes through an environmental impact statement, so we can make sure that the residents have that we're following all regulatory requirements. The area that we're currently concerned over is in a floodplain area too, and so we are working with ADEQ to see what type of mitigation there would be if there is something that happens to that area, especially to groundwater, because a lot of our residents do have groundwater wells. So I'm just here to introduce myself. Thank you guys for the time. My name is Ashley Hemmers. I'll be reaching out to you directly on behalf of our tribal council so that we can engage in these conversations. Again, the issues we have is just with the location in terms of the safety for our residents and the engagement, so that we know, just to kind of give you a little bit of understanding. We visited a open forum in Willow Valley, but in speaking to our Willow Valley residents that live, on Dyke Road, close to where that forum took place, they weren't provided any public notice. So we're here just to say that we would like to engage with you so that our residents have that type of public notice, so that they can know what's going into their area and our residents. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Who wants to talk from the tribe? Anybody else want to speak?
Hello, my name is Robert Jacobo. I live at 6084 South Scorpion Lane, Fort Mojave, Arizona. I'm a private citizen. I'm a tribal member, but I want to make sure that I'm not getting that confused, right? I'm a private citizen representing myself in my own private interest as well. But also, too, just wanted to put out there my opposition to this power plant, mainly because of the fact that I did grow up here, right? I've been here for 34 years, born in Needles, California. And, I've gotten to see the growth of this valley, but at the same time, would a power plant necessarily be the best thing for this, especially a natural gas power plant where you have things like possible water pollution, emissions, and things of that sort that are going to affect the people in the general area? Just kind of to go over it really quick. Couple of issues, right? We have water source depletion, environmental heat increases, right? So peaker plants are designed to come on usually when there's a higher demand of power, and usually when we have a higher demand of power. What is it? It's because it's 130 degrees outside, right? So we want to make sure that we're going and not necessarily having these unnecessary heat increases. Also, too, property value decline, right? Who's going to want to live next to a power plant necessarily? And is that going to affect other people's property values, right? The people that have worked hard to have those properties there. Also, too, air quality deterioration, right? These things are powered up and you have the emissions that are coming from there. I know that you guys like to stand with the constituents of the people that are in the Mojave County area. Unfortunately, Supervisor Bishop isn't here, but she had mentioned that she had family members that had ailments due to things like cancer, and that's why she had posed things like the nuclear energy, right? Supervisor Johnson, he also was opposing Unisource rate hikes and things of that sort. Supervisor Lingfelter, I noticed that you actually went and partnered with the Wallapai Indian tribe, kind of standing behind them to make sure that they have adequate representation when it comes to their water rights, right? And Supervisor Gold, you're there and you're voting no, and you're making sure that you have that there's efficiencies there before you're just voting yes to anything, right? And so what I want to do is I want to make sure that you guys are standing behind the people once again. Supervisor Gold, you got to see that the Mojave Valley residents, the Willow Valley residents, there was an overwhelming, resounding no, right, to this, and for a wide array of reasons. And I just wanted to come out here and just let people know that me personally, I do stand against it. And I think that there's a lot of other things that we could be doing before putting a power plant, such as, distribution centers, manufacturing plants. Instead of saying just made in the USA, why not say made right here in Mojave County, distributed right here from Mojave County, right? Supplying those manufacturers and those distributors the areas that they need to create jobs instead of this power plant, which is going to supply 5 full-time jobs, as opposed to a manufacturing or distribution plant that supplies anywhere from 20 to 1,000 jobs, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for your patience. Okay, hello.
My name is Beatrice Jacoba. I am also a Fort Mojave tribal member, and I'm here representing myself. But what I want to do is, we have some of the Willow Valley residents that were here, so I just wanted to yield all my time to them.
Oh, okay. I do have people who signed up, so we have to go through them, and then if anybody else wants to talk. Thank you. Chris Shoppers, and I understand you'll be speaking for Roy Hagemeyer as well. So I'll give you your time first, and then you'll read his statement.
Thank you very much. So Chris Scoppers, 7443 Harquahala Drive, Mojave Valley. And the reason that I am so passionate about this is I feel that the public has been deceived by Mojave Electric Cooperative. My call to action became that I was following what was happening in Fort Mojave. I did not appreciate the deceit of Mojave Electric in what their true intention was for the use of that property. They deceived you guys as well. And fortunately, the facts came out and the location got moved. That they decided to have a secretive by invitation only meeting to disclose this new location to the public, not to the public, only to a few of the immediately affected residents is wrong. I think the whole public, our whole Mojave Valley, actually this could potentially impact Bullhead City, Fort Mojave, Mojave Valley, and Needles, quite frankly. I think that they had an obligation and do have an obligation to notify all of the public. Everybody should be allowed to go and find out what's going on. I think they need to be disclosing the facts of their plans instead of not, which they haven't said very much about what's really happening, and that the public has a right to ask questions and express their concerns. I was so moved by this that I personally went and had 2,500 flyers made, and myself, my 84-year-old neighbor, and Kim Qualley, who live across the street, distributed all those flyers in 4 days. Okay, and then I blasted it all over all the social media sites so that Mojave Electric supposedly sent out notices to the owners of the properties in the immediate area, yet less than 10 people showed up. Well, geez, if the three of us who don't have, the same resources available to us that MEC does could get over 80 people to show up at a meeting with less than a week's notice because of the concern, I certainly think that that speaks volumes for their lack of trying to get the word out to people. I'm also very concerned that the initial site was going to be 19 acres, and they had planned for, in their literature, 2 to 4 plants. Well, this new site is 237 acres. It is owned by the same corporation, the same very savvy businessman that owns the adjacent parcels to the north, to the south, and to the east for a total of an additional 575 acres. So that makes this whole parcel 812 acres.
Okay, thank you. Now you have from Roy Hagemeyer.
Okay. So I think the concern is that...
Wait, don't you have a prepared, he said that he sent you a prepared statement.
Oh, he wants me to read his statement?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Sorry about that. All right. Pastor Roy's statement. Good afternoon, supervisors. This morning, I'm here to address an issue that you're all too familiar with, MEC's proposed peaker plant, this time in Mojave Valley, in my backyard. You're all familiar with the unethical tactics that MEC has used in the past to get you on their side. Today, MEC has zero credibility in my eyes and the eyes of the public. Well, they haven't stopped there at billboards all up and down Highway 95 promoting this peaker plant, scaring people into believing without this peaker plant, the hospitals will be without power, as well as using radio to do the same. They have the same plan today, just a different location. A location that they believe will attract less attention because it's a very rural, mostly farmland location. But we, the people, can see through their wicked plan, and it stinks to high heaven. They are proposing a peaker plant, but have readily admitted there is no guarantee that we will get 1 watt of that power from that peaker plant. So we get the pollution, huge amounts of water being drained from our aquifer, and the release of the used water. Well, no real plan there. They have not only sought out to people they believe will influence on the public to support this plan, but I believe it goes much further and deeper than that. You, the Mojave County Board of Supervisors, have voted to approve solar facilities right here in our county, knowing that not 1 watt of that power would stay here in Mojave County. Now MEC is proposing a peaker plant in Mojave Valley, again with the statement that the power will go where it goes. So I say, if the power is needed in California, build the peaker plant in California. If it is needed there in Nevada, let Nevada build the plant. Well, we all know that those liberals will never stand for that. They say, not in my state. just like Harry Reid did with the Edison plant in Laughlin. Arizona generates power at Davis Dam. Does any of that power stay here in Mojave County? No. MEC has proven that they care nothing about the residents of Mojave County, nor does APECO, who is building this plant. The Fort Mojave Indian Tribe is standing firm against this proposal as well because they love this land. Thank you, Fort Mojave Indian Tribe. We need to stand strong against this proposal, and we, the people, are telling you, our elected representatives, to stand with us and say no to this reckless, unsafe, and self-centered proposal. By the way, you all work for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Francis Flynn, that's you. And then Kim Qualley, that's you.
Francis Flynn, Arcoholic Drive, Mojave Valley. All I can do is present you with the facts. And the facts are that 24% of the pollution in the atmosphere is caused by natural gas, mostly by broken pipes. The broken transport pipes they don't repair unless they're near a residence. And another good example, they tell us there's one plant, now we hear there's 2 plants. What's going to happen? It's going to keep growing because we're talking about 200 acres, so wind up 3, 4, maybe 5. And what will happen with that? I would be on the north end of it, and the Indian tribe and other residents would be on the south end of it. It's not surrounded, it's open on the east side. If you know if there's going to be a controlled burn, or the farmers are going to burn, they wait until there's no wind. Those plants don't wait for someone to say, "Oh, we can't run today because the wind is coming out of the south. It's going to blow by Frank's house 20 miles an hour." They were on the right track when they started with solar. I have experience in nuclear reactors, generator plants. I put them together. I've worked on decommissioning submarines in the Navy. We take the nuclear reactor out of the sub because it's going to be decommissioned. It goes up to Hanford and gets buried. The problem with nuclear is the transportation to and from the reactors with material with their fuel. I worked on coal burners. I worked on oil burners. The biggest and the most pleasant thing that I found to work on and be around is hydro. So they were already started with solar. I found out that even when there's not like a cloudy day, solar panels still generate electricity. So I'm going to just read you what I wrote. At one time, this valley was called the Palm Springs of Arizona. Even with that filthy, polluting coal-fired generator belching pollution continuously 24 hours a day across the river. What saved us was the prevailing winds from the north and south. We are unique. Unlike 90% of the United States, we don't have a river and mountains needed for this combination of integrated solar and hydro. And it's nothing new. The old mills outside had the paddle wheel where the water was running and keeping the mill running before electricity. Now you can take the combination of both. You're going to use this. You're going to use. I propose to take the large farmland in question and fill it with solar. Do we have?
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, am I able to ask a question?
No.
Okay.
Not call to public.
Oh, that's right.
It's not even on
Okay,
the
that's right.
agenda. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Kim Qualley, then Jana Radney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Supervisors. I am opposed to the proposed site location at the east end of King Street in Mojave Valley. My first concern is the distance from this site to the housing and schools. The Clean Energy Group .org and EPA and ADEQ all have suggested a 3-mile radius from any power plant, peaker plant, or from schools or other residents in the area. The Clean Energy Group states, quote, a 3-mile radius indicative of populations most directly impacted by emissions and negative effects of air pollution can greatly harm a community's health. Within that 3-mile radius is 2 schools. River Valley High School is 2.4 miles away, and Mojave Valley Junior High is 2.8 miles from this site. And residential homes is half a mile away from the west edge of this property. From the proposed site eastward to Route 66 is 7+ miles of unoccupied desert land that a safer site that would not impact the health of the direct neighborhood would be greatly appreciated. Section 3 of the Clean Energy Act states, quote, that many communities face alarming rates and respiratory elements and other more serious conditions exacerbated by prolonged exposure to toxic emissions. My second concern is the water. On average, a natural gas peaker plant uses about 40,000 to 50,000 gallons of water per megawatt hour of power generated. The LM6000, which they're planning to use, has a capacity of 49 megawatts and will generate 49 megawatt hour energy in 1 hour. MEC and EPCO has stated that the LM6000 will run between 6 to 10 hours when it is fired up. At 50,000 gallons, at multiplied times 49 megawatts at 6 hours comes out to 14,700,000 gallons of water used, simultaneously generating 294 megawatts of power. But the LM6000 needs pure water, so it has to be void of minerals, bacteria, other things. So a reverse osmosis system most likely is used to clean chemically into pure form to be used in the cooling system of the plant's operation. Reverse osmosis takes 4 to 7 gallons of water to produce 1 gallon of pure reverse osmosis water, which can be reformulated to state that the gallons of water via the RO into the pure water needed to generate 294 megawatts of power, multiplying the first 14,700,000 by 4 times more gallons would be 58,800,000 gallons of water.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Jonna, and then James Barber. Is he still here yet? And then Martin Snow.
I thank you guys, all the supervisors, for allowing me to speak. I'm sorry I've been sitting so long, I'm cold. They want to put this in my backyard. I am one of the lucky chosen few that was invited to the private meeting because it is my backyard. Would you think that my property would be sellable with this? It's destroyed my property value completely. It's going to ruin my view. And their argument in that first meeting was, well, it's not as bad as an airport. But you see, the situation for me is that I wouldn't have bought my property next to an airport. I wouldn't have bought my property next to this. They're not giving me a choice after 21 years of living there. I have groundwater concerns. Serious. If it's their water, it's going to hit mine. Because I'm in the same exact area. I mean, it's right outside my view. And I have horses that drink that water too. I'm not going to take a lot of time because these people are so much more knowledge about the facts. I'm just giving you how it directly affects me. But I want to ask, and I'm sure your answer is going to be no, but if you've ever ridden a horse out your front gate and down into those hills where this is going to be located at sunrise, the wildlife that you will see is incredible because they're not afraid of a horse. It's not a machine. They come out of the bushes to look at it because they can't figure out quite what it is, but it's not a person. And I just can't imagine going out that same trail that I always took and seeing this instead. I am 100% against this because this is not what I signed up for when I bought my place. And there are hundreds of thousands of acres out there. I agree with her. They can put it in one of those areas. Please, not in my backyard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. James Barber, then Martin Snow. Is Martin still here?
James Barber, Mojave Valley, Arizona. Okay, I came here. I spoke earlier today, and this event hit me directly because I live within 1.5 miles of the location of where they're going to put the peaker power plant. During the summertime, starting now, about now, I'm awakened by the crop dusting plane that flies over my house and back and forth, starting at about 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what kind of sound this peaker plant is going to generate. I don't know what type of pollution it'll generate. But it seems that the resistance that they got in Fort Mojave caused MEC, which I am a member of because I happen to pay a bill for the electricity. That's why I'm a member. They move it to another location. Now, this location is up against the mountain, far away. I was here about the gravel pit that's back there. There's a whole bunch of stuff back there. I go back there every now and then on my bike. And it seems that this location was chosen because, as I wrote it down, lower value homes plus lower population density possibly equals lower public resistance. Now, if any organization is looking at its customers that way, if I didn't have to use them, I wouldn't. And I think moving this there, I drove from Mojave Valley to here along the 40, and I calculated that there's about 5% of the land being used has been used, and they mentioned the Griffith Power Plant, and I thought to myself, well, why not put the peaker plant right next to that, or next to the power plant down on Courtright? Those are possible locations. Why do we need that power plant closer to us and then interrupt our lives, interfere with our lives, and lower our property values? There's other locations. I think they're looking for a location of convenience versus a real location that will serve the public and not harm the public. Thank you.
Okay, that is people who signed up about the next or other calls to public. Armin Stang, still here? I didn't have my microphone on.
I'm in Stange, Fort Mojave, aka the German, according to my neighbors. We have a new addition in our neighborhood. Loot conduct, armed robbery. It's supposed to have a manslaughter charge on him too, and a couple theft charges. So Fort Mojave is turning into a criminal enterprise. Why? We have sex offenders within 1 mile of my house. They're close to a school. This guy is less than half a mile away from the school. We need to stop this, let them felons come in from other countries, like California, Oregon, Washington. You know, we don't need them here. they can keep him. As far as I'm concerned, they can go on an island and figure out how they live there. And the other problem is, I was at the meeting on Friday, and the fire chief from Mojave Valley was adamant that we need the picket plant. Why is he involved in this? Isn't he working for the county or is he working for MEC? So, thank you.
I'm sorry, it's not this. Kenny, all right, let me go back. Jonathan Owen, is he still here? Kenny Works? Diane Francis? Diane? Oh, she was the lady that was down there. Steve Robinson? Still here? Greg Beffert? Not here. Is there anyone else who'd like to say something before I close the call to public? Come on now.
Hi, my name is Antoinette Martinez, and I need clarification on item number 57. Whether it's approved or not. It was kind of grouped with a 56, so I just want clarification on that one. We requested from agricultural to commercial.
Right, and so you're talking about item 57. I believe that was...
That motion was to deny.
It was denied. It was denied.
Can I...
Why don't you go speak to our staff and they'll tell you what your next steps are.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry you had to wait so long for that.
Okay.
All right, thank you, dear.
But was there a motion?
There was a motion.
Discussion?
Yeah, I don't know how you missed it because I know you spoke out, but again, if you speak to staff, they'll help you with your next steps. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, this meeting is adjourned.